21, open meetings of the Texas Government Code is amended. I call to order a meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Austin School District for Monday, December 5th, 2011 at 6:34 p.m. The board will be meeting closed session to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment duties, or dismissal of a public officer employed, deliberation of the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property, including the consideration of bids for the sale of Caruth and Baker Administrative Centers, and the consideration of bids for the sale of surplus property, Travis Country, deliberation and negotiated contract for prospective gift to the district, deliberation of commercial or financial information the board has received from business prospect, or deliberation of the offer of financial or other incentive to a business prospect, and or consult with legal counsel regarding pending or contemplated litigation or the matter which the school's legal counsel determines to be confidential in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, Sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, and 551.071, respectively. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Move approval.
Is there a second? Second. All in favor of the motion, please raise your right hand. Passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Are we doing the pledge now? I think
we
are.
can.
Okay, let's do it now.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible.
Thank you, Ms. Moya. Okay, the board will now move to closed session. I think we're scheduled for at least 45 minutes. We'll be back down here as quickly as we can. It's 6:36. We'll recess the open agenda. Y'all for joining us. Okay, we've got two kind of agenda items that are identified. One is about the strategic plan updates, the second of which is discussing all of the academic and facility recommendations. That's going to be a pretty meaty item, so let's get started on the strategic plan. We've got an hour allocated for this item. Welcome, Bill and Joey.
Mr. President, trustees, last week, as you know, I presented the third annual State of the District address at McCallum's Arts Center. The annual State of the District address is part of our district's regular reporting rhythm as we do our part to be accountable to the public by reporting on the current status of Austin Independent School District schools, academically, operationally, and fiscally. I just want to publicly thank the students and the dedicated staff at the McCallum High School for working with me and our team to get the State of the District showcased at the Outstanding Arts Program at McCallum and the Performing Arts Center, which is the district's newest facility. The kids were outstanding. The students and staff really helped us plan and structure the State of the District design. It's without their creative juices that I would not have successfully danced, yes, in an uncoordinated way, but at least with their support, they got me out there to participate in what they really felt like was a good representation of the State of the District. So our kids and staff were fabulous, and if you see them, or I know some of the trustees were there, so thank you for attending. And I just want to say that we've received lots of positive feedback, and I'm not sure I'll be able to outdo that next year at all, but I'm going to get planning right away because now I'm nervous. But tonight, also as part of our district's regular reporting rhythm, we're conducting the second annual review of our 5-year strategic plan. The Chief Performance Officer, Bill Karich, and our planning supervisor for the strategic plan work, Jerry Cromley, is here to initiate the discussion this evening. You have a PowerPoint in your agenda item and sort of a summary sheet of the changes that you talked about in your retreat that we've made the adjustments for, and Joey will fill you in on all the people behind behind the scenes, including our DAC and others that participated in this work. So I'll turn it over to you, both of you, to get started. Joey, I'll let you take it from here.
Okay. The district's strategic plan for 2010-2015 was approved by the board on December 14th, 2009. A 5-year plan helps provide us some stability of focus, but the plan must also be responsive to any major changes in our environment. So following best practices in planning, our 5-year plan undergoes an annual review process. As you may recall, last year, we underwent the first annual review of the strategic plan, at which time several performance indicators were added to the plan under Goal 3, which related to college and career preparation. Now we're at the second anniversary of the board's adoption of the strategic plan, and we're going to bring a few more proposed revisions to you at this time for your consideration. But before we go on any further, I just want to very briefly refresh us all on our overall planning approach. By definition of a strategic plan, our district strategic plan is at a fairly high level. But directly related to and aligned to our strategic plan are the district improvement plan, the DIP, and the campus improvement plans, the CIPs. The DIP and the CIPs represent the chunks of work we're going to undertake in a given year to implement the strategic plan. In other words, where all the details are. In addition, the strategic plan informs the annual development of the budget. And so we're going to refer to this planning relationship as we proceed in the discussion. As part of the annual review process, we had a period of stakeholder input. We conducted an online survey for about a month through September the 29th to October the 23rd. And this opportunity was widely publicized through email messages to stakeholders in the district's key communicators database and to all staff. In addition to the survey, all district and campus advisory bodies were invited to provide comments. Ultimately, only the District Advisory Council, the DAC, provided comments, and only 24 persons provided input through the online survey. The comments from the DAC were more appropriate at the DIP and the budget levels, and these comments will be forwarded to those processes. As for the online survey, there was virtually no recurrence among the few comments that were received, so we couldn't discern a clear trend or any emerging messages. We also received some input from the Greater Austin Chamber of Commerce, but again, this input was more appropriate at the DIP and the budget levels, and it will be forwarded to those processes. Now, at the strategic level, back at this high level, the proposed revisions that we're bringing to the board at this time for consideration are from the administration, and we would please refer you to the attachment to this agenda item. I'm not going to go through these word by word with you, but I'm going to hit the highlights. Recommendations A through D are essentially housekeeping items involving clarifying language, removing embedded outcomes from certain action statements, combining some similar actions, and adding a couple of more performance indicators under Goal 3. Several of these items are in response to input that we received at the last board retreat. I would note that there is a typo in key action step 1.25. We'll get that fixed before next week. It should read at early grade levels. Recommendation E is to totally delete key action step 4.1. Over 2 years ago, the Strategic Plan Task Force wanted to include this to make a statement over the anxiety of federal title dollars not following the student. But in all practicality, we are unable to work this item into the DIP. We simply can't come up with work tasks to implement something that is not within our control. Recommendation F is also in response to input received at the last board retreat. The years assigned to each key action step will be moved to a new appendix to the plan. There continues to be some confusion that these years that we assign to each of the key action steps imply when the work's going to be finished, rather than when it's going to be started, which was what our intent was. The new appendix will explain that work tasks related to each key action step will be included in the DIP in specific years, and the extent of the work that can be accomplished will be contingent on board priorities and budget decisions. Recommendation G relates to facilities planning, namely to delete key action steps 4.5 through 4.7. The slide says through 4.8, but that should be 4.7. And replace them with a new key action step that reflects the comprehensive approach to facilities planning with annual academic facilities recommendations recently approved by the board. Finally, Recommendation H adds 3 key action steps related to facilities to address specific ongoing issues, including sustainability, maintenance and repairs, and implementation plans. Of course, there is one major part of the strategic plan that will still need to be revised. That is to replace all the tax tables with star tables, and Bill's going to talk to you more about that in just a second. These revisions will be brought to the board for approval at a later date. But we will specifically be seeking board approval for recommendations A through H, as just described, on the board's December 12th consent agenda. In addition to reauthorizing the district's strategic plan, this action by the board will satisfy state law for the board to annually approve district and campus performance objectives. And at this time, Bill is going to talk to you more about conversion to STAR.
Good evening. As you know, the strategic plan goals 1, 2, and 4 were written in relation to the prior state accountability system, and are written in relation to the tax tests that are being phased out. As a result, there are not a lot of great options for us as we transition. As you know, the state accountability system will be held in place for 2 years. However, the U.S. Department of Education has turned down the state's request to hold the federal accountability standards for 2 years. And as a result, the state is planning to do what they're calling a bridging study, some people call a linking study, that will be concluded in July. While the state will be conducting the bridging study, it will only include reading and mathematics, the 2 subject areas that are required under No Child Left Behind. And even in these 2 areas, it's unclear whether the data that the TEA will be providing will permit us to easily track progress during the transition year. This is particularly true at the high school level, where again, under No Child Left Behind, they only look at grade 10, and our targets in the strategic plan are written with all of our tested grades. As a result, there's only one really good option, and that is to conduct a new target setting process with the new tests. Is the only approach that will allow us to use the new state standards, and it's the only option that will be explicitly implemented using the STAR and of course, exam targets. There's things that we can do. Obviously, we're going to plan to continue to track any tax data that we can track as a result of the bridging study, particularly reading and math 3 through 8 and probably grade 10. We don't have a lot of details from the TEA about how they're going to conduct the bridging study and exactly what the metrics are going to look like. We're assuming it will look very similar to what they've done in the past, but limited to reading and math and the grade levels that I mentioned. So that's the end of our short presentation, and we'll be glad to answer any questions you have either about the revisions to the plan itself or the transition to the new testing and accountability system.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Let's open up for comments or questions. Ms. Lavoy.
Mr. Crumley, I have a question about the change to 1.20, and that's our action step to develop culturally relevant training and learning. And I see that you've eliminated that we would apply that training to eliminating the achievement gaps. And I was wondering why you did that, because it seems to me that culturally relevant training is important in trying to eliminate achievement gaps. Thank you.
That was in response to input that we received from the board retreat. It was in the notes that Dr. Karstoffen brought back to us.
Joey, is your mic on?
Oh, sorry.
Thanks.
It was in response to removing embedded outcomes, and eliminating achievement gaps is one of the major outcomes that we have in the strategic plan, and that was simply the reason, was to remove an embedded outcome. It's still in the strategic plan.
It seems like another way of doing it might have been to handle it the way you handled the rest of that statement and just say to address, so we're not having an embedded outcome. Do you see what I mean? Support campuses in developing culturally relevant training and learning to address the achievement gaps and overrepresentation. That way we don't have an embedded outcome. I mean, I would hate to lose the benefit of that, because I think it's probably very good, and I'd hate to lose
Dr. Karstoffen.
stating it.
Let's put it in there. Achievement
Yeah.
gaps and.
Okay.
Yeah, okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Other questions or comments? Mr. Schneider.
Mr. Reach, could you just elaborate a little bit on the timeline of what you think the bridging or linking studies might be available, and, if and when you think something might be out there that we could aim at? So,
Our understanding is that the standard setting for the end of course exams will be done in February. The bridging study for federal accountability purposes, our understanding is it will be available in July. Obviously, they have to have it done in time in order to identify schools before school starts in the fall. And then in the fall, the standard setting for STAR, the non-end of course exam parts of STAR. So we're not going to have standard setting for STAR 3 through 8 until we think October.
and will there be any role of the so-called test that they're doing right now? I mean, the kind of preliminary test that they're rolling out. Are they going to be included in this in some way to give guidance, or is that play any part at all in the linking?
I'm sorry,
Well, I know that they've been running some, trying to think of another way to put it other than saying test, which is effectively the way I think about it. But, preliminary versions of the end-of-course exams and the STAR testing that would go on just to see what kind of results that they're going to get. And I'm trying to figure out if those tests are going to be used in some way in determining what the linking will look like.
my understanding is that that the bridging study, which most people call a linking study because it actually uses common items, so it would use tax items that have been used in the past, that have stable item characteristics and lots of fancy item characteristic curves and such, that they always use for equating from one year to the next, so that you have an even playing field each year. That they will use common items. The minimum usually is, I'm not sure who came up with this number, but the common item, the minimum number of items is 12. I'm hoping that they would use quite a few more than 12 items. The more items you get, the better your linking study generally is. The trade-off is time and length of the test. They certainly want to focus on the new STAR standards, the readiness standards, for example, and of course, the focus is on switching to the end-of-course exam. So there is some practical considerations about how many tax-like items they can use. They would have to be, obviously, we've had readiness standards in the past, even though they may not have been called that. We had supporting standards in the past. So, I mean, we haven't reinvented how to assess reading. So many of the tax items would certainly be appropriate to use on the new test, and I'm sure they have a methodology that I have not seen for exactly how they're going to select items. And the item selection, having done this myself a few times, item selection is critical. The number of items is critical. There are a number of states that have failed to do this type of study or have done this kind of study, usually for the purposes of vertical scaling, without success. So, you know, in a sense, there's no guarantee that they'll be able to do this study successfully, but I'm sure that they have taken that in consideration, and they have very top people both at the state and at Pearson and also at the Educational Testing Service, all partners on this project, and we know several of them, and we're pretty confident that they'll do a good job, but it's a little trickier than it sounds. For example, in some cases, you don't see a lot of real growth in reading between 7th and 8th grade and 8th grade and 9th grade, for example, as kids get older. So selecting 12 or 20 items that actually helps you create a scale from one grade to the other is not always very easy. But in this case, they're just doing it within a grade level, so it should be a little easier.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments? Ms. Barstow, is that a hand? It's not a hand. You had the.
It was a more grand gesture than
Questions? This is very good. Can I throw a couple things at you guys? When you look at the drafts, we understandably, we take off on E, action step 4.1. Can we consider some modification of that step, potentially rather than complete deletion? Something along the lines to examine options and funding methodology to improve the allocation of federal title dollars to the campuses in our district, rather than, because I think one of the questions is, yes, we have trouble following the students, but there's always a question that our formulas for allocating Title I hasn't been updated for 20 years.
That's a different issue, yes.
Right, so it seems like we need a step to do that, either to validate what we're doing or change it, but.
Unrelated to Title I funding.
It's Title, it's not Title, it's the Title I monies, but it's how you allocate it. It's not to follow the student per se, but it's just how we allocate it among campuses.
Right.
So it seems like we need to keep some step about that. It just may not look like that step. Second question, and I may have just missed it, Joey, but is there when I look at the plan in here about all the things that we talk about for our students, and I look at 1.9 and 1.10, do we have something about our athletic programs? You know, a plan to really, given the funding and constraints, but how we deal, because we've got fine arts, but how we deal with all of our athletic programs and sort of a plan to improve or optimize the outcomes, because we have so many kids that participate in athletic programs, but I don't know if we've actually had a plan to really think through how do we make them better.
Joey? Oh, I mean, I'll just say, like, do we have a formal plan that everyone's agreed on? No. Do we have a draft plan? Yes, but it's not ready for prime time. We've been working on it since I got here. It's sort of like the DAEP stuff. It's so much unpacking of some longstanding things we're trying to work with, but we've been, I know I've had it since, yeah, it's one of those ones we've been working for a long time, but is it
I'm just trying to say, is, do we just want to put a step in here to do that? I mean, even though you're working on it, but I think I don't know that we've got one in here that really addresses it, do we?
My comment would be that 1.11 covers it at the high level. We're talking about opportunities for students to participate in enrichment programs such as career interest, technology, athletics, and languages other than English. That's at the high level. The DIP level would be to develop and implement a detailed plan.
Well, I think this is more opportunities to participate. I'm trying to improve the quality, not necessarily more people participating, but that the quality, the outcomes, what we get, because we have many students for which this is why they are engaged in school. Ms. Moya. Yeah.
When you say quality, are you talking about the quality of the outcome of, or the results of the programming, meaning teams going to playoffs, et cetera, or are you talking about the facilities and the condition of the facilities and other opportunities for games to occur, whether it be joint opportunities with the city for soccer or lacrosse or something, or what do you mean exactly?
Kind of all, I mean, without predetermining the outcome, all those things, right? It's how do we do better outcomes? How do we have better experiences? How do we, and is that what's required to do that? Do we have, and we do a lot about teacher training, but how do we make sure that our coaches are better prepared, that we've got the facilities that support our, it's kind of that whole strategy about trying to improve the experience for those students, for which we have hundreds, if not, we probably have thousands and thousands that participate in athletic programs at middle school and high school across our district. And it's not, I'm not trying to get, we don't have to decide it all now, I'm just saying, it seems like we would want to have some action step to do that.
So may I make a recommendation that we take a stab on it after this meeting and highlight it in the agenda item when we come back for action on the 12th, and find the appropriate place for it. But I think it should reference, a plan that has all those elements, because we don't have it articulated. That's number one. But then number two, the conversation as we started it in my first year, I mean, it did end up being a compensation question for coaches and related staff. I mean, it just went, that's where all the focus was, trying to deal with the disparities and some of the different kind of deals, I guess, that were worked out in recruiting individuals to AISD. So, we cleaned that up across the district, but that's one of the things that we did to do something more consistent for all of the adult professionals. As far as the programming and everything else, at most, y'all have seen what we've done, which is a little bit of trying to manage equity, like where you hear of one school that's able to raise money to put concrete in the floor of a dugout. We try to go back and make that right at other schools that still have dirt floors. But there's no plan to it, and it's not structured. So I would say, given certainly what I've seen, it wouldn't hurt us to have a comprehensive plan and even build it into the facility master planning.
So, and again, I'm not trying to figure out all those pieces, but I think we just, in the strategic plan, we ought to have a step to address it, and then we develop the plan, and then we address the plan. But for purposes of what we're trying to do now, it just seems like we want to, if you guys would mind taking a shot at drafting an action step.
So just for clarity, we have 1.11, which talks about participation. Is that where you're thinking that we would?
But we just need to flesh down the whole plan. I think I got it. Yep.
Okay.
Joey knows that.
Thank you. Ms. Bradley.
Okay, this is where I probably do pile on, but could you come back and explain the goals 1 through 4 recommendation where you're speaking of using the new STAR and ELC exam standard as the local standard? Can you kind of explain that a little bit more to me? I think I got lost somewhere.
Okay.
In the
The only place where we will have continuity this year, from last year to this year, we believe, is in reading and math 3 through 8 and probably grade 10, where we've never looked at grade 10 within the strategic plan in isolation by itself, but we certainly could do that. It's the only place that the Department of Education plans to do this study, so that they will continue to produce results for 3 through 8 and 10 reading and math as required by the U.S. Department of Education. So they had wanted to freeze the accountability standards for 2 years, which they're going to do on the state side. They had wanted to do the same thing on the federal side, and the U.S. Department of Education said, no, that's not acceptable to us. You must conduct a study and report results as you did in the past for 3 through 8 and 10, as you transition to the new testing program. So what the TEA is going to do is going to embed items from the old tax tests into the new tests and essentially create a tax score for reading and math 3 through 8 and 10. Those are the only places where we'll be able to do that. So you won't be able to do it in writing, social studies, science at all, because there is no bridging study. So we certainly will look at that as a transition. I mean, I don't think anybody wants to not look at data that's available to us that we can then look from last year to this year. The longer term problem is, from my point of view, is we want to start looking at STAR and end of course exams. I mean, we want that to be the standard. Everybody's going to be focused on end-of-course exams and how kids are doing. Everybody's going to be focused on the new STAR test. So trying to continue to link back to tax and report like tax-like scores going forward, in my view, wouldn't be the best way to go anyway, and after this year wouldn't be possible.
Okay, but we're not, but looking long-term, we're not speaking of this being permanently the way, the standard that we would use, right? Because in my opinion, the state standard has always been low, and we've always tend to follow the state standard, which to me has always been somewhat of mediocrity. So are we looking to exceed the standard, or are we looking to do something else besides just STAR and ELC? And the reason I say that, you know, we've spoke about the Stanford 10, and consistently we've spoken about the Stanford 10, but if we're just speaking of this being the standard, and we don't even know what the standard is yet, aren't we kind of shooting kind of low?
Well, just a little bit about the general process, and then more specifically to your question. I'll start with your part of the question, then get just into the general process. What we certainly have heard from everyone is that STAR is going to be much more difficult than tax was. Certainly we expect end-of-course exams to be more difficult. If we look at the last 8 years, if you go back 8 years to when tax was introduced, you had pass rates in the 30s. That's what a lot of people believe is going to happen when the transition is made to STAR. It's a little more complicated than that because of the tying it to graduation and to course grades, and I think it's going to be very difficult for TEA to implement end-of-course exams with pass rates in the 30s, and then have kids not graduating and not passing courses because the tests are so difficult. So we believe there's going to be a phase-in. We don't know what the phase-in is going to look like, to give schools around the state the opportunity to adjust, particularly for end-of-course exams. But more generally to the process, what we've done in the past is we looked at recognized and exemplary levels, and we tied the targets within the strategic plan to how to go from where we were at the time that the baselines were set 3 years ago to the point where schools would all either move to recognized or exemplary. So that was one of the criteria that was used. A second criteria when we were looking, for example, at closing gaps, is that we looked at the highest performing subgroups, student groups. And we said, if the highest performing student group is here, then all the groups should be moving in that direction. We did the same thing around highest campuses. We looked at highest performing campuses, and we said, well, if the highest performing high school is at 98%, that should inform the trajectory for all schools moving from where they are today. And so it was and then the fourth piece is there's always judgment. There's always somewhat of a subjective judgment, both in the recommendations that we bring to the board, and then the board's and how you all handle those recommendations. So the board always has essentially the last word on standard setting. My recollection is, as I was transitioning into the district 2 years ago, the conversation was, where do you set the bar? Do you set the bar at 100% so everybody is going to meet the standard? Is that a reasonable target, particularly in math and science, where there's a lot of schools down in the 60s, for example. So there'll be a similar process to what we did before. I'm sure we'll bring the board will have numerous opportunities to review the data. It's a little difficult for us to know because we have no idea what the data is going to look like. We don't even know what the standards are going to be. We don't know whether it's going to be called recognized or exemplary, or whether the state board is going to call them something entirely new and different. So it's a little hard for us to kind of give you a lot of specifics, but certainly those are the factors that we used the first time that I think the board was comfortable with. Those are the kind of factors we will look at again in what we believe is going to be a much more challenging test.
So is this particular piece something that we actually have to vote on December the 12th? Because since I heard a lot of we don't know, can't we at least kind of wait till we do know
Right.
something?
Mr. President, trustees of the board, Trustee Bradley, no, we don't have to take action on that on the 12th. But we wanted to be sure that you saw how we were thinking about it and how we would set the standards or the approach we would be taking. I've spoken directly to the commissioner to see if there's any light at the end of the tunnel, this happening sooner rather than later. But they have to do their whole process too, and we really, and Christie's on top of it, Christy Rome is on top of it too, and we really don't see anything changing until we see what they've got in the spring. I think Bill's point about the various cut scores, and remember we did this in the retreat, and then I did it again. I keep sending it to people because when you look at our short-term litmus test on this, it's very, it wakes you up, right? So we know that if you're on the low end, looks great. When it gets to like 65 or 60%, wow, we see a lot of schools that are not going to make the cut. So rightfully so, I think we just don't want to get too far ahead of it, but that the approach is something that we can discuss and and that's something, kind of want a blessing on so that we can do what Bill does best, which is run stuff. Just run different scenarios against the design so that we have a sense of what things could look like so there are no surprises on the back end. And then we can kind of hit the ground running. So there's that. So you're not taking any action on the details as it relates to this. But we could, like what we did at the retreat, where I just test cut scores so you have a real-time reality check of where we are starting to shake out. The other thing that I think would be helpful for us is to allow for, or at least, what we'll start doing is taking the actual document, the measurable outcomes, and showing you where things are going to change. Like what you saw all this time is going to have an empty box until we figure out what it actually is. And then I just wanted to say the thing about the SAT 10, SAT 10. And we have a full-time working group that discusses testing. We set that up, I think, in my first year. Was it our first year? I think Louis Malfaro was still here.
We had a full year last year.
But I think I remember kind of, this was one of those, what do you call the agreements we sign up on?
Consultation agreement.
Consultation agreements. So we set one of these up and or started working on it. But in the last year, we have been working on it. It includes a lot of different folks around the table. But what I do hear consistently, and it's just something we're still trying to manage and balance, is how much testing is enough. And so teachers really feel the burn, right? I mean, it's just we have the short cycle work that we're trying to do, things that are aligned to the STAR, and the nationally norm test just adds, more testing time. So that is on the table for folks to discuss and work through. And they look at all the details of our testing schedule and what that would mean for instructional time and where we would place this. But that is one of the things that's been on the table. And while we haven't, there's no recommendation yet from the group on it, it is something that I know everyone's still very, sensitive about. Just how much time do we want to take for testing versus taking the time for actually instructing kids. And since it's not something we're required to do just yet, and we're trying to make the transition to STAR, it wasn't something that bubbled to the top for immediate use. But it's still there, and we do have it as one of those things we want to try to work through.
Okay, well, one of the things I remember is, we went from TAS to TAX, and now we're going to STARS. STARS, the one thing that was always said was the TAX was going to be more rigorous than TAS, and now we're talking about STARS is going to be more rigorous than TAX, and in 10 years, they'll introduce another test that will be more rigorous than, in 10 years, they'll do the same thing, and in 10 years, they'll do the same thing. Well, no, you will, I'll still be here. But I'll still be here. But but I'll still be here. So, so what I'm saying is that each year, when the state introduces a new test, the failure rate is higher than the passing rate, and that's okay. That's the standard, that the failure rate can be higher than the passing rate, which to me should be no one's standard. So when this test occurs, of course, the failure rate will be higher than the passing rate, which should not be our standard. Our standard should be just a little bit higher than that, really a lot higher than that. So using this as a local standard is just not, I just cannot support that. So I think that there needs to be a conversation at what is supportable, but using this standard, that's just not supportable for me. Now, I'm only one board member, but that's just not supportable for me.
Dr. Stephan?
Yeah, and it's kind of with that spirit, right? The existing strategic plan is designed, correct? I mean, it shows a higher, you know, when we follow kids over time, it showed a higher pass rate. So in our scorecard, we kind of had two things happening: how we performed in the regular state design. Did we meet AYP for feds or didn't? Did we meet the state standard or not? Those kinds of things. But we also had targets that were higher. And in the when we were tracking the consecutive years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either 3 consecutive years or not. We've also tracked commended rates.
Right. So we found other ways to look at what would be higher than the state expectation and the federal expectation. So you can, we have lots of different ways we can go about it. And so we can go back and think about this on, what it would mean based on the standards and expectations, knowing what that cutoff is so that, because if it's 30%, yeah, I could easily see how we might be somewhere else. If it's more like 70% or something that's closer to the real time, 60, 70, 65, that may be rigorous enough. And, in looking at whatever they design, but just not knowing it, it's kind of hard to do. But I just want to remind y'all, if you remember in the retreat, if you don't kind of keep it in your back pocket, I often do, in the front cover of that notebook, they had it was a fold out and it showed the different kinds of test questions over time, what they look like. Your point about the 10 years, 10 years, 10 years, to me, it's very clear that the approach to this assessment is going to be so different to anything that Texas has done in the past that we do have our work cut out for us. And even when we do our short cycle work and our formative assessments right now, it's clear that there's a lot around the rigor that shows itself in the general performance of our kids. But knowing what that cut score is going to be will help us kind of quickly align that. And like I said, knowing these things, we can just start running approaches and kind of shop some ideas with y'all before you actually have to take action.
Just one little small note. As part of REACH, as part of what we currently do, we're in a way we're taking a normative look that hasn't been used in the last few years. On the one side, norm reference tests are really no more difficult than the state tests, in the sense that if you looked at any item on the reading test, you'd say, oh, that's really a hard item. But it gives you another yardstick. It gives you a yardstick that has national comparative data. So if you have a particular TAC score or a particular STAR score, you know how that relates to kids around the country. And that's something that I do think is lacking right now. Through REACH, we're using what's called NCEs, or normal curve equivalents, and we use the state NCEs. We don't use local ones. And so that does give us state normative data. In other words, you look at a school and you say the school has a pass rate of 80% in reading, Where does that line up compared to schools around the state? But unless you use some sort of norm reference test, we would never be able to say that's where we are on a national yardstick, which we certainly can do. There's two things that are drawbacks. As Dr. Kostarfin already said, when I first came, I think my first board meeting, I was sort of told that probably the first question you're going to be asked when you sit in this chair is, what are you going to do to reduce the amount of testing in the district? I think it was the second question you asked me, but it was the first night sitting here. And then the second issue was money. Given our very difficult budgets that we've had, you're probably looking at I know you're looking at a substantial amount of money. I think you're probably looking at least $100,000 per grade level. So if you were to do, we've talked about first grade reading, for example, as a place that would be really helpful for us in our REACH program, so we know how schools are progressing between first grade and third grade when we first give the first state test. That was a ballpark about $20 a kid at 6,000 kids in a grade level. That's $120,000, and I haven't priced norm reference tests in a few years, but I think it's.
In DC.
That's right. And so it would be a substantial amount of money where we've actually talked to David Lucier and Michael Hauser about the possibility of using REACH funds for that. But right now, there's not a lot of extra money.
What if we took an inventory of what we're presently doing and just weigh it as to which one would be the most effective or which one you would get the most bang for your buck?
Mr. President, Trustees of the Board, Trustee Bradley, I will take that back to the consultation group and raise that so they can go back through and look at all the various assessment models we're using.
Okay, any other questions or comments? So, Bill, thank you all very much. And Joey, I think one thing that's maybe just hopefully not piling on Ms. Bradley said, our goals that we've just signed is all kids will perform at or above grade level, eliminate achievement gaps. All students will graduate ready for college, career, and life. These state metrics can be some, but not all of the measurements that we have to make sure we actually have. We know that we have to be accountable for these. We have to report these. The question is, what are other metrics we can use that will enable us to go above that to make sure that we're actually achieving what we say the goals are for our kids? So you don't have to decide that today, but just, I think as you look at that, this is the subset, but not all. Okay. Thank you, guys. Okay, folks, I know you were thinking we were going to leave right now, but we actually have one more small item to deal with. Okay, folks, we've got 2.5 hours allocated for this next item. It may go longer or it could go shorter, but just kind of quick, Dr. Kostarfin's going to open up with some comments, but there are several elements of the individual proposals for the academic and facility recommendations. What we'll do is once she goes through, then we'll basically stop after each one and discuss it, and then we'll do them one at a time rather than trying to do them all at once. So, Dr. Kostarfin.
Great, thank you. Mr. President, trustees, this evening you've allotted a nice chunk of time for us to talk about the administration's annual academic and facilities recommendations, or AAFRs. As you know, you're scheduled to take action on these recommendations next week at your December 12th regular meeting. This is consistent with the schedule that we've been following since last school year when we approved our implementation timeline at the end as we prepared for moving to the next stage in facility master planning. Now, we know that starting in January, we start this whole process again using the recently approved facility master plan framework. But as it stands right now, we have a few opportunities to look at recommendations that can be implemented for the 12-13 school year. At the September 26th regular board meeting, the administration presented, the board discussed preliminary AAFRs as they relate to the goals set forth in the strategic plan and the board's priorities that were established for the 11-12 school year. And of course, this is all looking at it within the application of the facility master plan. The administration continues to underscore the guidance that the board gave us and that the public supported at the end of the task force work, that we would do our facility master planning with academics being the driver, and it's balanced with the operational criteria. Now, since September 26, my staff and I have followed your direction and really stepped up our community engagement with a lot of boots on the ground in an effort to inform the community about the draft AAFRs. And we've had more than 50 meetings with external groups where we presented and discussed proposed scenarios that affect families and community members. We've had 40 information sessions. This is like at least, there's more than, but I'm just doing the bottom side of this. 40 information sessions with internal staff, including principals and other categories of staff members. We've conducted surveys, both on paper, online, and telephone, and we continue to make other touch points throughout this process. In the back of your notebook, we summarize the several pages of touch points, especially as it relates to each AAFR, but you can see those cataloged in the back. I will highlight for you, starting now, you have 7 areas of AAFRs to consider. If you look at your agenda, you can see on page I do believe it's 48, Roman numeral 1A, and I'll start with the first one, and I'm going to just give you a blip of the rationale, what the structure is, and then, of course, financial implications. So,
Dr. Christopher, just a second. So, board members, we got in our packet tonight some replacement pages for some of the sections. So, if you haven't seen that, you might grab that already. Sorry.
Great. So the first one is related to dual language immersion. This AFR continues to be a process that the district has had in place over the last 2 years to expand our efforts to support English language learners and the acquisition of a second language, and to offer more opportunities for any of our students, language learners and English speakers, to become biliterate, bilingual, and bicultural. This AAFR establishes one-way Chinese dual language immersion program at DOS Elementary, and the other is two-way Spanish dual language immersion programs at Blanton, Casey, and Galindo Elementary Schools. And just a little background on the Chinese language. The U.S. Department of Education has listed Chinese as a critical language for our global economy, which we thought was in more alignment with one of your goals. So it would be nice to see us try to get a program like that off the ground. The financial implications for this model is about $191,000 to implement, and that'll be a combination for language learners. We'll use Title III dollars, as we are statutorily allowed to do. For non-English language learner students, we'll be using our local dollars to fund.
Okay, we're going to take these one at a time. So let's discuss the proposal related to dual language, which is, as she mentioned, the first one, and it's also item 2, the tab 2 in our binder. Questions, comments? Ms. Lavoie.
I'd just like to say hats off to the administration for moving this so quickly and doing such a good job of it. I think it's a real feather in our cap. And I think adding Chinese is exciting, and we'll see where it takes us. So thank you.
Other question, Mr. Torres.
With regard to Chinese, is there a particular dialect of Chinese that we as a district are going to adopt, so that, in other words, there can be
Yes.
multiple ones? So are we going to assume that this will be one that we adopt as a district, or will we have each school, if, as more jump on the bandwagon? I promise not to ask questions, but I just thought of this.
I knew it. Mr. President,
question.
trustees of the board, Trustee
Torres.
Sorry, you threw me because you told me I don't have any.
He's a Mr. Man. Okay.
So the program at DOS is Mandarin, but you raise a good point, and and I can honestly say, at least from my perspective, it's not something that I've seen where we've come to agreement that that's the only dialect. But it's a great question, a great point that I will definitely bring back to our language department and talk to our principals about. Because in large part, what we're already learning with Spanish is that as the programs are growing, we have a lot of interest already. I'm already talking to schools and parents. I did a meeting not too long ago where they want to know, what's the middle school plan? How do we continue this if we want to continue in middle school? So lots of legitimate questions, but that's one that I'll also bring back to the work team. Thank you.
Okay, other questions or comments about the dual language proposal? Oh, okay, Mr. Snyder, you got something? You got? I can't tell.
Sorry, I'm just thinking through it. But Dr. Sharfin, could you just give us a rough model of what the long-term cost on these is going to be? I know we're doing it at the elementary school level here, but I haven't seen anything that kind of lays out even an example of what, if you did it at elementary, middle, and high, what the cost is going to be over the long term. So if you could just add that to the list of.
I will have to add that to the list. And we don't have any models yet.
Yeah.
But we did have that, like I said, we have at least the pre-K-8 piece we're working on, like the elementary portion, and then the middle school piece. So we're working on that, and we absolutely are nowhere near having any ideas about all the way through high school. So thank you. I'll take that back to the team.
Ms. Moya.
Dr. Karstafen, I'm wondering if we currently have any children in the district at the elementary level who are Chinese speakers as their first language.
Yes, we do. Mr. President, trustees of the board, Trustee Moya. I know, I'm a little nervous. I don't know what's going on. We do have Chinese-speaking students in the district, and we also know that we're growing in certain populations, and so that's one of the areas. We've also talked about a couple of other languages where we're starting to see growth in our student population, and how we might be able to maximize that to make it a great English language learning experience and a learning experience for non-language learners.
So of those children that don't go to DOS, and if their parents wanted them to attend there, how would they get there?
You do a curriculum transfer, is that what we call it here? Yeah, I'm sorry, just too many different ways to transfer, so make sure I get it right. Is it called curriculum? Curriculum transfer?
Curriculum transfer with space available. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So any other questions about dual language? Seems like this is one we're getting success. We've gotten feedback on the programs already in place that are doing very well. So continue to expand as resources are available. Okay, let's move to the second one, which is letter B.
Mr. President, trustees of the board, this model is for our disciplinary alternative education programs, or DAEPs. And while we know by state statute we are required to offer programming for especially students that are considered a safety concern and have had challenges in that area. Our issue in Austin is more about the disproportionate placement of African American and special education students into these programs under discretionary reasons. So this is much like that athletic example I gave. This is one of those models of things that we do that I've really literally been working on since I started as the superintendent. And while we have a proposal here and we still have a lot to work through, we feel like for the next school year, we will be in a good place for us to look at these students who are typically lagging behind their peers, but have a significantly higher risk of falling behind academically and dropping out, especially because the discretionary removals are really bringing them away from their home campus. We're seeing that the academic supports that they're getting at DAEP, there's not really a big differentiation between students that we think need much more psychosocial and supports for them versus students who are typically, dealing with their academics in different ways and for reasons that we've decided have been discretionarily removed. So the approach is pretty straightforward. We are replacing the Alternative Learning Center and for the secondary schools and the Alternative Learning Center for the elementary schools, known as ALC and ACES, with what we're calling a learning support model. The campus administrators will not remove students from their campus under these discretionary reasons, but we will remove students that are safety concerns. Those that are on campuses for discretionary reasons, we have built into the proposal the additional supports, teachers and counselors that are assigned to these various campuses and that will work with students on their related needs and services, but most importantly, work to ensure that they don't get academically behind. Now, while there's going to be lots of theories about how this is going to work out, I know that our first year is going to be the first year, and we need to manage that well, but we also know that these staff members in this model are going to be added to our existing child study teams so that we do a better job of watching our kids who are repeat discretionary offenders and try to get to the bottom of the other things that might be going on in their lives. We know that for mandatory purposes, we want to look at some other models. We'll probably do something where we request proposals to see what else is happening in the state, where we would do a better job of serving those kids that have academic and social emotional needs that would drive them to do something so offensive that puts them in the mandatory category. But we were lifting the model to have more rigorous and aligned academic programming. We're building in the social emotional research and work that we've been doing, group counseling, service learning projects, and again, additional child study supports and mental health screening. So these are things that we think will be really important to improve even the mandatory model, and it's kind of with that in mind that we're really revamping the design. I've talked extensively with principals about this for the last 2.5 years, and we do feel like at this point we have a model that we can all move forward with.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Stefan. Ms. Lavoie.
I think we're doing something really important here, if I understand it correctly, which is we're saying that we're going to change our discipline practices and we're going to keep students on their campuses and really work with them so they don't get behind academically while disciplinary action is being taken. Is that a correct?
That's fair.
Yeah, I think it's really exciting. And you know, one of the things I've been proud of is that we've always been driving in AISD to reduce our racial differences in disciplinary actions. And I think that our trend lines have consistently looked good there. So I just want to underscore that I think this is a place where we're doing something exciting that merits attention in the community. So I just encourage our outreach people to help the public understand it. Sometimes it sounds complicated when we discuss it here on the dais, and I think there are more impactful ways of presenting this to the community so they'd understand what we're trying to do. Are we also going to reduce ticketing of students? Because that seems like, you know, there's a lot of national attention on that right now. And I know NPR and others have followed it. And so is that going to be part of this proposal? And if so, how is that going to work?
That is a great question. There's that ticketing plus a lot of other things that we feel like we need to change the culture about how we're engaging adults to students, parents with adults and students. We've had lots of little examples throughout even this school year already where we know that that we still have an issue and a challenge. And while I can't do the numbers off the top of my head, I know that we've done a much better job of reducing ticketing. But yes, it's part of the plan. It's something that principals are trying to work through. But most importantly, quite frankly, I mean, I think it's a organizational, cultural shift that we need to make. We've talked a lot about being a no place for hate district, and there's a lot of things in that about just how we behave and act together. Adults and students, adults and students to students, and any other combination that works. But that we want to see less penalties and just more getting in the front of understanding and helping educate kids about how to make better choices in life. So and as we've seen, even sometimes, you know, on video, helping adults not add fuel to the fire to some of the circumstances when they're happening in real time. So, so ticketing is one. The other one is even like all those other things that you see, like handcuffing a kid in school or wrestling them to the ground. And there's just a lot of other things like ticketing. You don't have to get the ticket, but there are other things that can happen to you. And we're working on a whole list of those to really go through step by step and bring forward as part of our discussion as we talk about no place for hate. How do we make sure we're not over-identifying our special populations and just sort of treating each other a lot better. But ticketing is a huge one.
I appreciate that. And just to make sure that it migrates into something that we're aware of as a board and that we watch, should this be part of one of our annual planning processes? Should we have markers for this? It's something I'd really like to follow. And in the interest of fair disclosure, it's something I've worked on in my career, not just at AISD, but I feel like it's important throughout the educational system. And I know at one time AISD bought a rather expensive ticketing machine, and I'd like to see those kinds of decisions go away. So can you recommend, is there a way that the board can monitor these things without being intrusive and sort of make it a priority for this year?
Mr. President, trustees of the board, Trustee Lavoie, one of the things, as you know, we're working on our dashboards and ways to do some of the monitoring. I think, once we get our arms around the bigger picture of the district, you'll be able to take different interventions and reforms or rethinkings of models and identify other indicators that will be important for y'all from your perspective to look at and work through. So, we did a small one. You may remember when we presented again, but we started with something as small as an attendometer, right? But we could do that. We were able now to monitor hours spent on certain professional development. We do a lot of professional development, but there'll be some that are more important, like, are you using SchoolNet? And in this case, this is another example. If we want to monitor this a little, we might want to really monitor ticketing and other behaviors that you would want to see improve. That would be the right kind of indicators for you to know we're moving in the right direction as a board. But I've noted that one, and that's something we can bring back to Bill Karich and John Alawney and Michael Hauser as we look at our monitoring and dashboard tools.
Okay. Ms. Torres.
This is not a question, this is a request.
Oh, boy.
I want to add a specific objective to what Ms. Lavoie said, because I think it might be helpful. Just as we look at our academic performance of our kids as they move through the system, and we can sort of backtrace where their preparations perhaps were not as strong, it would be helpful to use the same ability to look at how a child's behavior through the years has either not had the intervention and which schools are not as strong perhaps, or others are, or what other support services perhaps are needed that children aren't getting by backtracking, if you will. So as we look at our monitoring system, that not just to count and look at the different types of interventions, but to look at how well we are doing in addressing the needs of kids as they come to us and we deal with them through the system, it would be helpful to be able to look at that aspect of it to help staff. So it's just a request. It's not really a question. I thought it might be helpful to.
Okay, I got you.
Other questions or comments? Ms. Schneider.
Dr. Sharfin, am I correct in that we're not really replacing ALC and ACEs, that we're just sending only the kids that fall into the non-discretionary portion of the equation there? Is that right?
Mr. President, Trustee Board, Trustee Snyder, partially right. So we are, We know that at least for the next school year, it's very likely that we'll still be using the same building. We have to offer a site for mandatory removals. So in that sense, the concept is the same. The discretionary stay at the school, but it was that part that I talked about in revamping the actual program, doing those things like the mental health screening and making it part of the child study teams, and that's all new to the design. And the other thing that we were seeing more and more of, especially at the elementary level, which just probably shouldn't have been happening in the first place, but even with mandatory removals, they do sometimes come back, right? So that when they do come back, that transition back into the school is something that we really had no connectivity for. Nothing, they kind of get sent back and then something happens again, they go back to mandatory or discretionary. So we are changing that part of the model to make it stronger academically and to build in that psychosocial piece. So those two things are happening that are different. And then at the, at the school side, I mean, depending on the rest of the model and how we rebuild it, which, as I said, like I really want to spend more time looking at the most successful models in Texas. And this is the first state I've worked in where we have a, you have to kind of have this. So, yeah. So, while I've Texas has its, a little different model than anything I've seen, and I'm not really sure we've really looked at much else, and we want to go back and see if we can make more changes that would make a better difference for our kids. But knowing what those are right now, I don't know, but I do expect that even the mandatory model is going to change a little bit more.
Okay, but the kids that are mandatorily removed, I mean, they are going to end up at some
Site.
separate facility
Yes, sir.
somewhere else?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments? So I guess I'll say for this one, this is a change that we're going to do this year. We can evaluate the effectiveness of it. We have a facility, what's currently the ALC today, and where the AISD, the elementary school facility, is held, that we're not getting rid of. We still have that. We still got to provide some place for, as Mr. Snyder's talking about, mandatory removals or discretionary removals where there's safety concerns, so we can evaluate the effectiveness and then come back and modify if necessary going forward.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions? So this one seems reasonable. Okay, let's move on to the next two, which I believe are being together, which both are dealing with the same issue, which is North Central overcrowding that has been a long-term problem for the district. Dr.
Okay.
Starfin.
Mr. President, trustees of the board, we have, as Mr. President Williams just referenced, we have had severe overcrowding in the North Central Austin schools, especially at the elementary level, for many years, so much so that you have a 2004 bond that we've finally been able to take some action on to help relieve that overcrowding. But even when we take into account the use of portable buildings, we know that it puts a real strain on some of the core functions of a school, like the use of the cafeteria. We've got schools where kids are going to lunch at 10 in the morning, and some that end up, having lunch really late, hours later in the day, and other things from, library use to just being able to function and run the school. But at this point, as we've all known, and while those families have been unbelievably patient with us and working with us over the years, we know that as part of your priorities, you did raise the issue of school district climate. And one of our climate issues is ensuring that we have spaces that create healthy, safe environments for students and staff. And by making better use of our existing facilities, including under-enrolled facilities around the area, not all right there in North Central, but really looking out to other sites that could be of support, the district can relieve the most severe overcrowding at some of these schools, which will improve the learning environment for students and the working environment for our teachers and staff. Now, our scenario that we're presenting today, which we are continuing to work on, but the summary of it is as follows. We'll address overcrowding in North Central elementary schools by eliminating the 6th grade at Barrington, Brown, Walnut Creek elementary schools. And that 6th grade, those 6th graders would attend the middle school in their attendance area. The second piece is creating pre-K centers at Dobie Middle School and move the pre-K programs of Graham and Hart to Dobie. Then we would work toward, and this one's going to be, and you got to just work with me for a second. If it works, Webb would be a pre-K-8 school by reassigning part of the Barrington attendance zone to Webb. And for pre-K, the remaining Barrington attendance area would be moved to Riley. Now, if all of this worked perfectly, we could alleviate overcrowding by 812 students. But I just want to put a pin in the chart about Webb Middle School. We know that they're seeing some growth. We know that they have space. We know we have space to put portables. There's a map in here that shows how we might do the pre-K village. But what I want to just make crystal clear to everyone is that we're not going to come out of the box doing a full-on pre-K-8. What we will have to do, and I'm still working with the principal and the school community and the CAC and others, is how many students can Webb really take on in the 12-13 school year. So what I anticipate is seeing something a bit like a phase-in, where you have the pre-K, K1, 2, and then before we tip more into a grade level that's accountability rated, we see how many kids that actually is able to relieve. Now, we anticipate that if we do it this way and just move, for example, pre-K K1 from Barrington to Webb, it's more like 191 students. If you go all the way to the other end, it's into the hundreds and hundreds of students, like 400. 460. 460, thank you. So this is one part of the plan that I just need a little more time to work on, but just to be fair about the design is if it works well enough to be a pre-K-8, not overcrowding Webb, seeing a little bit more about the growth in the middle school grades, we're probably safe around a pre-K K1, 2 and stop or do something slightly less than that. And that would allow at least the population at Barrington to drop from over 1,000 students to something closer to like 750. Now, why that's important is just to remind you that as it relates to the 2004 bond school that you're going to build, and where are my facility people? Paul, Kurt, I just want to be sure, just so that I say one more time for all the cheap seats in the stadium. That 2004 bond school is opening in 12-13.
13-14.
I'm sorry, 13-14. God, you got me like 13-14. So, we're still trying to get some relief so that we can get the 2004 bond school going. Now, part of what Mr. Williams referenced in your agenda item, what I just described is letter C. Letter D relates to the designation of the 2008 bond program elementary school that we also would like to see approved now so that we can, map out the big plan with the community and show the relief for overcrowding in North Central by not necessarily, to Mr. Schneider's request, we did all of that background work, going and trying to find dirt and land and then build, and it take us until another, what that'd be like, oh goodness, it could be 5, 6, 7 years, knowing how hard it is to get land up there. Yes. So in this scenario, what we're looking at is our ability to purchase a property and engage in what they call adaptive reuse of an existing facility. And we've done all of this work with the bond folks, the bond council. They've given us all their opinions. It looks like it's, it'd be good to go. So we would not be approaching it like we did the 2004. 2008 could move a little faster as well. Now, to the 2004 bond, just to be clear, that is focused on giving relief to McBee, Walnut Creek, and Woolridge elementary schools. So that's the focus of the 2004. You heard me describe in scenario C how we get basically, the most relief for Barrington. Barrington's really the focus of this model, but Graham and Hart will get relief too. And then ultimately, as we plan for the 2008 8 piece, we'll, continue to work on how, as we see how things are shaking out, what would be appropriate for relief using the 2008 bond. But that's the highlights of the design. And since I know there were so many people that came out and talked at public comment about what was going to happen with Webb, I do hear you. I know Christine Brister hears you, and we're really not going to jump into the wagon on just having a pre-K 8 out of the box. We're working closely with the principal and others to really do an appropriate phase-in. But at minimum, those 6th graders will need to go, and then see how far we can get up in the adding the other grade levels. Just as a reminder, and while they're not ideal and no one gets excited about moving pre-K kids around, we have Lucy Reed, we have the new Linder site. I mean, there are families that are making these sacrifices in other areas of town. And the nice thing about those designs is that the kids are in proper buildings, buildings that are building buildings, right? They're in buildings. They're not in portables. They're not in other, kind of less permanent filling space. So, but what makes, and we recognize that, and I have some other ideas that I've got facilities working on how we might be able to accelerate that, perhaps even with contingency funds. But in the meantime, the reason why we're using those pre-K, the pre-K village model is in large part because it is very hard for us to take our buildings and try to retrofit a classroom to meet the pre-K standard of having to have, it sounds juicy, but it's called wet space, right? Potties in the classroom for the babies. And it's easier for us to be able to do that in time for the 12-13 school year by having wet portables on these sites where the teachers have the bathrooms in the portable with them. And we would have to use that at both Dobie, Riley, and Webb. So, so it's, and I understand that it's not ideal, but we won't give up on that as the only model. I know that our operations folks are trying to look at the faster build, high quality, energy efficient, economically sound, and meet Austin building standards. We're trying to find alternatives that we could bring forward as we continue to look at these designs, but I won't have that figured out for the 12-13 school year.
Okay. Yeah. Let's open the comments for questions. Mr. Torres.
I just want to comment, once again, not ask a question, but just a comment that when we talk about facility master planning, that it is not a multi-year activity. This is an example to show that this is multi-year planning, and it is the type of multi-year planning that we need to consider when we're talking about longer-term and long-term facility master planning, in that we're actually using bond money from years ago for facilities that we're going to be adapting if necessary, or purchasing, or what have you. So it is an example of how our facility master planning is actually a longer-term process, but it's a type of planning and process that we need to do to be able to adapt to the crises that we oftentimes find ourselves in, with the planning for purposes of passing a bond and reallocating the money to be used where it needs to be used and can do the most good. So I just want to underscore that our master planning process is working the way it should, which is to look at multi-year out activities that we need in the area of capital investments.
And may I just say, and in this case, I mean, as soon as we get this going, we've got to keep having the conversation. We need over 2,500 seats, and when you combine the C option with the D bond piece, it gets us about 1,400 seats total. We're talking to folks now about making sure that the design for the 2004 bond I know we can go from like, what is it, 669 seats to about 800 if we add that, that thing that we do, what is it called?
The extra wing.
The extra wing. And, so all those things are in the making too, but this problem isn't solved. So as soon as we hit the street again in January with facility master planning with the whole process, we'll be bringing this forward as one that needs the multi-year, 7-year watch. And being smart so that we don't get stuck with a lot of infrastructure in one area. And that's why I think the 2008 bond, what do we call?
Contingency?
No, but the,
Undesignated school.
yeah, the undesignated school, but the adaptive reuse becomes so important.
Other questions, comments? Ms. Bradley?
Dr. Christopher, you know how I feel about the pre-K village. I think that we need a different design. I think I just have difficulty with having 4-year-olds in portables in inclement weather, the cafeteria being a portable, and the physical education space being a portable. Even the design I've seen gives me heartburn. So this will be something that I probably won't support unless someone can come back with a better design of what we're presently talking about. I just have difficulty with that.
Oh, Mr. President, trustees of the board,
do.
Trustee Bradley. No, yeah, no, it's,
20 years.
Wait a minute.
I know.
Let's go back because I thought you were speaking of life. I didn't think you meant on the board because
We already got your reelect proposal proposed.
we can start backtracking as Vince was talking about a little while right now. But as in, I will be sitting, looking at it from my sofa, 40 and 50.
And because we know
60
you'll be
years from now.
watching, I am going to make sure that I,
In my nursing home, I know.
don't mess this up. So, because I know you'll still call me. But one of the things, there were, and I don't know if you noticed, but there were things that in our ongoing conversations, I think, and Christine Brister, who will speak for herself, but we've had tons of conversations too. I know none of this is your first choice. This is none of it. Just having such a hard time finding land. If this was an easy challenge to solve, I'm sure somebody prior to my tenure and many of your tenures on the board would have taken care of it. It's just, this is a tough one. So we all agree, you heard me, the village concept isn't ideal. And over time, if we find that this becomes part of it's going to be kind of permanent for a little while because we know it's not going to go away overnight. But each year, again, with facility master planning, I think we'll be able to do a good job of really trying to pinpoint where we have some flexibility in a permanent structure and spend more time just getting into the guts of the buildings and trying to figure out what might be more doable. Have more hope with a building like Riley because it's already built for an elementary school. So we might have more flexibility there. But, doing some of that hard redesign of the middle schools is going to be tough. And so I have to be honest. You're right. The pre-K village is right now kind of as good as it gets for 12, 13. But did you notice that I added stuff based on some of our comments? I can't find it right now. I got too many papers everywhere. But we talked about the design. It's not in the pretty pictures yet, but they know. It doesn't really show up well, but I can enhance those as we get closer to the build out. But we did covers. We did walk covers over between the pre-K village stuff. I know Ramona Trevino, who had her own little portable village in her former job at UT Elementary, has lots of advice to us on how we can make it look better, feel better, have less of we're in a portable outside of a building and it's kind of icky. We also, I know we talked about the covers, and I know I wrote it in here somewhere. And what was the other thing? The exercise space, or we went in and drew in more of this, the one with the pretty tent and the little pretty, I'm at page 101. So we,
103 is Dobie, if that's what you...
I'm sorry, is 101 is Webb, but 103 is Dobie. But you can see them in both things. Like we're doing those covered shade spaces that you have to do in Texas, or your skin will fall off in the summer. And then the other thing, the playscapes. We're building those in that are kind of protected by the village itself, or aligned to a little, not so little, I mean, this is, Webb for crying out loud, but a huge athletic field, so they can have access to that too and kind of schedule it within the school. So we added those things, the pretty, they're going to be pretty, right? Yeah, they're going to be cute. They're going to look like candy canes and stuff. But we're going to do those walkway covers and things so that, it feels like better space. And while like I said, I don't have any other, great solutions, I am looking at some very competitive, not sure how much I can use with contingency, but I'm looking at some other designs that are more permanent. If this, after we get started, looks like this is something we really want to stick with and make happen at the schools and grow other grade levels and those sorts of things. But you're right, this is kind of where we are today. But I wrote them in. I even wrote in the walkways and everything else. And we're going to get Ramona Trevino, our Chief Academic Officer, to really, we're going to make it very cottage-like and village-oriented. We'll make it sweet. It won't be gross, I promise.
Somehow I think my point got missed. It's not so much how it looks, but we have these babies
out
in the portables. When it gets cold and it's rainy, and how do you, and I know you're talking about having the covers, but how do you protect 4-year-olds from that? To me, 4-year-olds should be in a building.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure.
No, I don't disagree. And I'm just being
I don't know any other way to say it, but they should be
in a building. And like I said, I've got some plans on maybe how we could do some faster construction, but I just don't have a solution.
Plans before?
For 12-13, I just, even when we investigated, so it would take, once you figure it all out, it would still take, and I don't know if these things even meet, Austin building codes and things, mostly because the best, brightest, Ms. Lavoie talks about them all the time. What is that? The sustainable energy kind of people and folks behind the environmentally improved buildings that you can build quicker with less chemicals, and they're still nice buildings, are almost all looking like they're in California. And there's not like a lot of...
LEED certified buildings?
Yeah, that kind of stuff. It's not, anything we do here is going to take more time, as you know, with the 2004 bond. All the other things we're looking at could be accelerated, just don't have all the answers
Well,
today.
let me ask you that, because we're talking about Hart and Graham, which is northeast and not north central. Could they wait 1 year for staff
Y'all, we
to come up
waited,
with?
we waited.
It's a question. Could
Yeah,
you wait 1 year?
Sure, we could wait. We could wait.
Keep in mind, I'm just one of 9, and of course, I'll go with the will of the board. I won't be happy, and I'll be grumpy. But we're talking about 4-year-olds, just 4. Just 1 year prior to that, they were 3. And I just have great difficulty with that. I do.
Okay. Ms. Brister.
And I hear you, Ms. Bradley. I totally understand. This isn't the best option. If I had my way, if it was a perfect world, we would have built schools in our area and kept the kids in the neighborhood because, putting them in portables, I agree. It's difficult to think about 4-year-olds in portables and moving, in inclement weather, moving throughout the campus. But, so is picking them up from their home school and taking them to a pre-K center. I'm not saying that it's wrong, but it's the best that we can do. We've known that we've got an issue up in North Central, and the superintendent has brought forth some recommendations. I do like the idea of if we were to go forward with the web pre-K or the web model, that we phase that in. So we'd kind of talked about that before. And I know that the overcrowding that we have, that we're going to have to solve it using available space, but moving outside of what's considered North Central. So, I hear the concerns, and, I think we're just going to have to, trust that the superintendent is going to bring us some additional proposals. Like you said, can we wait? Maybe we need to talk about that. We can think about that. But we do have an issue up in North Central right now. We got an elementary school coming on board in another year. So that's another year that we've got kiddos that are on campuses that are overcrowded. And it is a hardship also on the staff. So I think we need to remember that. And I do have a question for you, and it's related to the budget. I see that on page 97, you've got a spreadsheet. Can you tell me, you've got that the net total annual operating cost to the district for the projected cost for North Central, $1.4 million, and then the one-time pre-K through 8 at Webb would be 2 point.
It's a total of about.
Is it total?
Of like 5.5, and 4.1 is out of the contingency fund, and the other 1.4 is out of M&O.
Okay.
And like I said, that's with us going whole hog on the pre-K 8 costs and everything. Is if I can
Right.
figure out which grade levels, that cost will come down because we won't be able to do as many students.
Okay. All right. I think that's it for right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Other questions or comments? Mr. Snyder?
Dr. Karstoffen, I want to be sure I understand the use of the elementary school, the undesignated elementary school. And
Sir, one more time.
I want to be sure I'm understanding the use of the undesignated elementary school.
2008, okay.
Okay, from the '08
Yes, sir.
bond. We placed the '04 undesignated, the last one, there up in North Central as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're recommending placing the last undesignated elementary out of the '08 bond in North Central? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I realize that there are limitations on what you can discuss about what you mean by North Central, but I'm trying to get just some rough idea of geographically where we're talking about. I mean, are we talking west of 35, east of 35?
Oh, gosh.
How far north? And, I realize real estate issues involved, all the other kind of good stuff, but, I'm just trying to get a little bit clearer picture about where we stand.
Well, that's a really good question, Mr. Schneider. What we're looking at is, like I said, the opportunity for us to consider the 2008 as part of this adaptive reuse concept. So while we might have ideas, I mean, and when we talked to the community about that, they gave us Paul, what, 50 different buildings to go look at, of which, by the way, we have started schlepping through and doing. Thank you for going across the street to look at the second floor of that building for us. But we've started looking at it, and I don't think it's more about, I think especially if you're doing adaptive reuse, what is the building? You know, what is the value to this district? Is it something that you can use for something else in the future? Should the demographic stuff shift? So it would, of course, ideally be in the area where we're trying to, you know, make it as easy on families as possible. But you also want to just make a smart business decision and not get stuck with something that makes no sense. So I absolutely have no idea at, you know, where to begin on answering that question with any type of certainty. But we sort of started with the community list, which, because people have a lot of strong ideas about what might work well, and we've been looking at that. But if this is something y'all go forward with, we'll look at what part of the components of what we do get covered, and then what are we left to do, and probably spend time honing our focus around where we could get the best relief for a specific area, and then go out and out and out further.
Okay.
But that's just sort
Robert,
of a soft
I'm
strategy.
going to take a shot, but I mean, if we look at the overcrowdings largely, not exclusively, west of 35, north of 183. And so the question is, how do you provide relief for there? So is it in that geographic space, or do you do something south or east? But I think that's what we're trying to relieve. So I mean, I'm not sure that, so when you think about north, to me, that's sort of that's the box that, or the quadrant that we're trying to address. I'm not sure where it'll end up being, but.
And I'm not looking for a specific address. I mean, I just don't want to see, well, at some point, we all will be. But you know, right now, the question is not aimed at, you know, tell me the address of, but more I'm trying to just be sure that we're really relieving the area that we're talking about relieving, and not trying to pull some indirect relief by, as an example, placing it at Mueller where we have a school site already, and then supposing that we're going to change boundaries to cascade over and then ultimately provide some relief, which may happen.
Good idea.
But
Paul, get that idea.
I'm not a big fan of redirect.
Your idea.
Yes. And it's not my idea. Unfortunately, it's been used many times before by the district. But, you know, I just want, if we do relief, I just want it to be direct relief for the areas that need the relief, and not something like I tried to describe. So.
Okay. Ms. Moya?
Would we consider with the adaptive reuse, are we considering only a traditional elementary school model, or are we talking about other options or ideas like an elementary school language magnet or some kind of other model besides a traditional model?
Mr. President, trustees of the board, Trustee Moya, it could be anything. I mean, this is the nice thing about having the opportunity to start a new design. If there are other academically focused programs that are of interest, and we're trying to bring parity or equity or something to a program design, absolutely, we'd want to consider that. So it doesn't have to be traditional, and neither does 2004 for that matter. It's just, right now, we've just been so desperate about the space. That has been the focus. But as soon as we get settled, we'll be able to spend more time on the programming.
Thank you. Mr. Schneider, sorry I cut him off.
Oh.
That's all right. Happens all the time.
Not all the time, just occasionally.
A lot.
Just occasionally.
The second part of the question I had was about the true capacity for these schools. I know that in the dialogue discussion that we had several weeks ago, you were using an efficiency factor, and I also appreciated your response that you provided in the most recent board update about surveying other districts, and found that none of the other districts that responded, at least, were using that. So I would be interested in seeing something that looked like what the capacity of these schools was like if we just tossed the efficiency factor altogether. It would help me at least in determining where things stand. I realize that there are a lot of I think of them as anecdotal. I'm sure it's kind of real world for a lot of the people about, the lunch at 10 o'clock and those kinds of things, but people in Southwest Austin have that kind of problem as well. But, I mean, I'm really looking to get some kind of feel for, what the numbers look like at these schools and where we stand. So if you could provide that information, I would appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Okay, other questions or comments on North Central overcrowding? Okay, bear with me, I'm going to give you a couple. I think, the challenge of this is, the problem, as you mentioned, has been severe overcrowding for many, many years. It's been very difficult to find something we can castigate ourselves for not having found relief, but we've been looking for years to try to find a piece of land. We ended up finding a piece of land basically across the street from Barrington Elementary School, which is where we're putting the new elementary school. So with that in mind, my question is, when you look at the proposal before you, most of the relief, 500 and some odd kids, I know you're going to phase in Webb, is taking kids out of Barrington and moving them to Webb or in some cases to Riley. And yet in 13-14, Barrington's going to be in place to provide, the new elementary school is going to be in place to provide the relief to Barrington. So it's not?
No, that's what I said. It's McBee, I'm sorry.
This is where I know you said, but so when we look at the boundaries, the question is, we've got this thing across the street, and we're going to move kids that are in the Barrington attendance zone south, and then we're going to go try to relieve north, or should we make a one-step deal and try to relieve Barrington with the Barrington school across the street, and then try to find other mechanisms to relieve the schools that are overcrowded, rather than what seems like we're doing, at least to me, a short-term move to relieve Barrington, and does it really make sense with the long-term strategy? If we weren't trying to make relief this year, is this the move we'd make next year? So it's sort of the short-term approach versus the long-term strategy. If we look 3 years out, is that the right mix that we're using the new school across the street from Barrington to relieve other elementary schools, and particularly when you get into the functional capacity and I think to Mr. Snyder's point a little bit, permanent functional capacity. Some of this is core capacity, some of it's portables, but it's even just today at the functional capacity, the ones that are overcrowded are Cook, Graham, and Hart. And you're talking about McBee, which right now it's got 760 kids. It's actually one of the smaller elementary schools up there. And I'm just not sure that we've, at least to me, have seen the impact and even the proposals in the community meetings of what the new elementary school is going to do. So when people are trying to evaluate this option, that we understand and we can see what the new elementary school is going to do, and then decide if this option, this short-term approach, makes sense in the context of a long-term strategy. And the reason that's important to me is when you look at, and you mentioned about $4.1 million, we can talk about using the contingency or not, but that's real money. We're spending, if you look at just we're talking about maybe 800 or 900 kids, the $5.5 million is roughly $6,000 a kid that we're using. And we know we're very short on money. We know this is tight, and we're spending a lot of money. And I think at times in the district, we've made some significant investments to provide short-term relief. And then later on, did we really make the decision in the context of the long-term strategy? And so I think this is laid out this year. I guess what I just want to make sure is if I looked at this 3 years out, what's it look like 3 years out with the two new elementary schools? Where's the relief? What's the investment? And are these pre-K centers that we're still going to need 2 years out, 3 years out, when we have both the new elementary schools come online? Is that we intended that these schools, no longer is it necessary that we're providing relief in the same way? Or maybe we are. I just want to make sure that what we're proposing now that makes sense today would make sense 3 years from now when both elementary schools are online.
We will work on that and provide y'all with that projection.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Okay. Let's move right on. Thank you, Dr. Starfman and team. Next one is item 6 in our packet, letter E, which is the Graduation Pathways Program.
Mr. President, trustees of the board, as you know, both for federal adequate yearly progress and for state accountability measures, all schools in Texas have the responsibility of achieving the graduation rate targets. In our district, we increased by 3 percentage points from last year to this year and are closer to about a 78.6 graduation rate. But we know that that's not enough, especially when we disaggregate it. We see that it's most mostly children in high poverty, children of color that don't graduate and complete high school. Part of the reason why we are looking at this solution is this is one of those other ones that, remember, we worked on in my first year on the job too. I think that spring, right before I started, y'all had a big conversation about this, and I can't remember all the details, but you had kind of considered an alternative pathway design, but you know, put it on pause until the new superintendent came on board. So now I'm on board, and we've been talking with principals, and after the first year, we made a proposal looking at an alternative pathways design and costed it out for what it would be if AISD did it ourselves and kind of built all the infrastructure ourselves, which was well over $3 million. It was pushing about $4 million. So here, what we did was look for a partner to work with us that has a lot of the infrastructure in place to help serve two of the high schools that have the lowest graduation rates in the district. That's Lanier and Travis High Schools. And we know that the program is being designed solely to recapture students who are over age for their grade level. They failed at least 3 classes per year over time, and that the projected graduation rates, knowing that they are not where they need to be, would be improved in large part because of the participation in helping kids find other ways to do credit recovery, and to be able to just kind of rebuild their high school career so they could ultimately graduate. Now, the proposal that we have on the table is to establish an in-district charter model with responsive education solutions to operate this program at both Travis and Lanier High Schools for students who have dropped out or at risk of dropping out. The graduation pathway program focuses on the learning process in learning centers. Some of you as trustees have visited some of the work of Responsive Education Solutions, and they were with us most recently at I think the last work session. So it emphasizes a personalized approach. It delivers a very prescribed course of study to individual students. The individualized curriculum plans has a lot of direct teach. It's a very paper-based curriculum. It has a lot of computer-based instruction as well. And the whole goal is to ensure that students actually recover credits, accelerate their credit accrual, and receive high-dosage tutoring in math and other areas that are of high needs. It's very individualized to the student. You've seen before my time multiple models and approaches that we could use. But in this case, this contractual agreement is actually a one-year agreement. We in a way, it's going to work a little bit like a pilot, where we tried out at the 2 schools. If the students, if we don't have enough students from the 2 schools that are interested in participating, we can open it up to other high school students across the district that want to go. But as it stands right now, we were going to directly serve those 2 student populations at Lanier and Travis, and work with up to about no more than 200 students at each of the schools to be able to launch the pilot model for this year, and then look at the results and determine whether or not this is something we want to continue. I know for those of you who visited there, the students give you many different stories on how it's useful to them. Some like that it's off-site from the high school. Some expressed interest in being in the model, but also having access to other extracurriculars. So we're going to take baby steps and keep it as close to the school as possible within the school. It'll have a separate PEIMS number. And if students are interested, really try to help them craft the kind of curriculum and experience that they can enjoy in school. So that may mean that they will still participate in extracurriculars, or they may choose not to. But whatever it is, for this first year, we just want to give enough flexibility so that the student has the kind of experience that they want. And if we continue to see interest and we get the outcomes that we want, I anticipate that we might want to spin off. I know we talked about perhaps having it at another site where there's a lot of public transportation access, and have indeed an independent program in a building by itself that serves perhaps the whole district. So, but that's later down the road. We want to kind of get out of the box and see how it goes, but we're going to focus on those two schools in this 12-13 school year. Vice President?
Are you ready for questions?
Everyone but one.
Okay. Then the other trustees at the table, anybody have questions that I've given you to ask?
I take my hair back.
Miss Moya.
Just to be clear, I have my own questions. I have not been provided with any by the Vice President or anyone else. Just to be clear, no scripts, didn't open my emails, that stuff.
You'll get an extra present this Christmas.
I will. Oh, awesome. I'm looking so forward to it. I was one of the trustees that had an opportunity to visit at one of the responsive ed campuses in South Austin, and had an opportunity to visit with half a dozen or so kids, some of whom were AISD students, some of whom were from District 6, which is my single member district. And it was interesting to talk with those kids, and they fell in about 3 or 4 different categories. One of which is, when asked if the program had been available on their home school, would you have preferred that rather than going off site? One was hands down, yes, I would love it if I could have stayed at my home campus, because this individual was involved in a lot of extracurricular and had to give all that up. The other, oh no, I need to get off campus. But that had a lot to do with, I think, some of the other students that this particular student was involved with that probably were sidetracking and causing some of this credit issues and needing credit recovery. And that particular student intends to go back to his home high school after this school year and finish out at his home high school. The other was going to graduate from there. There were students who came here specifically from other towns to attend these programs. There were 2 in particular. One who had been a foster child, and found a home here, a school home here, and was doing very well. So all that to say that the program offers so much for so many different types of students who want to graduate, who want to finish out, and they are finding opportunities that they do not find otherwise in traditional high school environments. And so, I really do believe that we as the district really do need to find a way to offer alternate opportunities for these children, because their first choice is not to drop out. What they really want to do is they want to finish, but a traditional setting is not, just doesn't work for them for a variety of different reasons, and it's not always because they're a parent. There's other issues. And so in my conversation with the principal at Travis, he is very, very interested in this program, not only for the kids from Travis that have dropped out, but for credit recovery for current students who find themselves in a quagmire and need some immediate recovery assistance. And the idea that they can go back and forth, or can go over to this program for however much time they need to gain back their 3 credits or whatever it is they need to get, and then go back to their traditional environment, is very intriguing. And I think a lot of the kids seem to be interested in that. So it would provide an opportunity, I believe, for not only our students who have found themselves in a position to to have to drop out for whatever reason, and those other students who are currently in our high schools who are in need of credit recovery opportunities, and they can get it right there on their home campus. I do like the idea of, in the future, should this work out, to be able to have an independent site that would be open and accessible to all of our students, because right now, Garza High School is a great program, but it's not great for everybody. And so, and this provides some of those other kids an opportunity to get their high school diploma without having to get a GED or going without altogether. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Ms. Bradley?
Dr. Christopherson, I heard you earlier say that the school would have its own PEEMS number, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it would be similar to the LBJ LASA with two basically high schools on one campus, right?
Well,
No?
Mr. President, Trustee of the Board, Trustee Bradley, so that one feels a little loaded for me because in the structure of what LASA LBJ is, it's two completely different comprehensive schools with completely different programs for different groups of students coming from different areas. These are going to be our kids, from Lanier that are part of that school community, still in some cases going to be part of Lanier, and that the programming design is different. The kids that we're talking about, the needs that they have, the way that it's structured. But technically, if you say PEEMS number to PEEMS number, yes, but they're not two different schools.
Maybe let me finish asking my question.
Okay.
My question is, since they'll have the separate PEEMS numbers, would they have the opportunity to participate in fine arts and athletics on the Lanier campus?
Okay. Yes, ma'am. They would be able to participate with the other campus if the students so desire, but they won't be required.
Okay, when Ms. Moyer spoke of the student who, had participated in different organizations, so mine is, will they have the opportunity to do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Brister?
Well, Ms. Bradley took my question. I just wanted to double check that. But, to Ms. Moya's comments, I would only add on to it, and I did have a discussion with the Lanier High School principal, who is very supportive of the program. We kind of talked about it being a win-win for everyone. And right now I do like the idea of it just being a one-year pilot and seeing where we go from there. The only concern that I've heard, and this wasn't from the principal, but this was from some other folks, was the possibility of it becoming attractive to other students that may not be that student that we would be looking to place in that environment, but someone looking at it as credit acceleration, something like that. So my understanding, though, is that this is for students who are at risk for dropout, who are over age with 3 credits or for their grades.
Yeah,
I've seen the criteria
Right.
here, and so we are going to stick to that criteria regarding admission.
Yeah, Mr. President, Trustees of the Board, Trustee Brister. Yes, we're going to stay focused on kids that are struggling and need support to be able to complete on time, graduate on time, and get their academic programming. But I'll just say, if you get past 1 year to what Ms. Moya was talking about regarding like the independent site in the future, and it opens up a great venue for advanced academics even, where if you wanted to graduate earlier, or I gave an example of a kid that I know that's like an Olympic trainee and is having a hard time working within our traditional structures and ends up missing a lot of school and those sorts of things. But I can see how it might easily be of interest of a lot of other different students. It also gives us a year to learn how they do that program. and maybe, you know, at that point, we could spin off on our own and kind of keep the core, and launch our own, you know, AISD version after we kind of figure out how it all works. But yes, there's a lot of temptation there to do that, but that's not our priority for the 12-13 school year.
Okay, and then I have one more question, and it's regarding the Twilight School. So would you be assessing the Twilight program at Travis and Lanier during this pilot?
Yes, ma'am.
Program or period?
Yes.
To see how we might proceed with that?
Mr. President, Trustee Board, Trustee Brister. So we did, you know, we did a basic analysis that we provided some weeks ago of kind of how the different programs are different. So the design is different. That, you know, there are some kids that will be able to do Twilight School where there are others who can't. And we want to be really sensitive about the age piece. You know, who do we have on campus during the day with all the other students, and what's more appropriate for the Twilight program, and so on. So so we'll be able to do our program assessment starting at the beginning of the year, looking at the appropriate, you know, measures across the board over time, just to see, you know, who benefits the most. Is there a type of student that would be better suited in Twilight, but then went to this, and maybe we could have done a better design for them? We'll learn a lot about what works best for a certain type of student by doing that kind of comparison. But yes, we will definitely be looking at that. And Bill Karich and Nicole Conley-Abram are having us assess all of our programs, so that we have a performance-based model. So this will be one of many.
Other questions, comments? Ms. Barksdale?
Thanks. I've read the proposed contract for this agreement. What, other than what's laid out in the standard non-performance language in the contract, what is our measure of success for this pilot? What would trigger a year or two, or to continue the relationship beyond? Is it just, you mentioned the number of our students enrolled. Is there some other performance measure we would be looking at to trigger a continued relationship?
Mr. President, trustees of the board, Trustee Barksdale, I know. So there's they have, I mean, in their curriculum, in the way that, if you look at some of the PowerPoint pieces that they've shared, we've asked, I mean, we're going to look at everything from the fiscal impact. I mean, there are other things outside of academics that we're going to look at. What the demographics are, you know, which students were more successful in different areas. We're going to look at course completion rates, and I can't do them all off the top of my head. Attendance, actual graduation rates, how many credits were they able to recover, you know, within this year, and how does that compare to what we do today when we, you know, intervene for supporting a student that's struggling. So, and we have a standing dashboard of those things that we know are essential for students to be able to, you know, graduate from high school, and we actually have that as part of our regular dashboard right now, and they would be part of that. And so there's a bunch of other things like your grades. You know, what kind of grade did you make? What did you actually pass? Did you pass it at the right rate? How did you do on your state assessment, and so on? So there are several other indicators that we'll be looking at. They won't have anything less than our existing high schools.
Right. Will they be set forth out and codified in the contract, or is that something we will talk about later, afterwards?
You know, it's not codified like that in the contract, but I'm sure I can talk to them about it. It's all the things you would have to do for a kid to be more successful. They know they've got to pass their courses, but we could outline those if that makes y'all more comfortable.
An outline would be good for me.
Okay.
Whether it's in the contract or just somehow we've got a clear, you know, indication of I think it's a very important, how would we evaluate the success of this program? And we know going in, so we're pretty clear. Ms. Brister.
I just need to clarify something. Regarding the question about the extracurricular and the UIL activities, now, there is an age limit or a time limit. There is an eligibility period, so We just need to make sure that somehow we're communicating that, and that we're not just saying that everybody who comes on.
Fair enough. Yes, Mr. President, trustee of the board, trustee Brister, most of the time, kids that are struggling this most aren't eligible in the first place, right? So it's not going to be that all 200 kids are all in the same boat with this. They're going to be there in large part because they're really trying to get their act together and get back on track. So if they've lost that much traction in their academic transcript, I suspect they won't be eligible anyway, but let's say there's a handful that are. And that's what we're not going to do. We're not going to deny them an option to be able to participate and do those things if they are interested.
Right. Just to clarify, just to make
Sure.
sure that everyone understands that it's just not open.
You have to be eligible to
Yes.
apply.
You have to be
Yes.
eligible.
Okay, other questions or comments about this one? Ms. Lavoy?
Thank you. I'd like to follow up on Ms. Barksdale's questions about how performance will be assessed. And I'd like to recommend that we pull the assessment criteria into the contract so that we can be very honest with any parties that we work with about what we believe the performance measures to be. And then I'd like to recommend a second addition to the contract, and that would be that we be very explicit that we'd like to do a head-to-head comparison of the contractor's performance against something else. And I noticed that we had some criteria mentioned on page 121, but it was characterized as items that may be included. It wasn't anything that we could really hang our hats on by way of performance criteria. And I think I'd like to get us into a proof of performance mode, that we pay if entities perform, and that we expect high-quality performance and achievement, and won't settle for anything less. And I think that we should have we should be very clear about what targets must be met. And then I'd like to get some creativity around the question of how we do a head-to-head comparison, because I don't know that Garza is the right comparative institution, but I think it's very, very important that, I like your idea of viewing this as a pilot, that we want to see results. We'll go forward if there are results, we won't go forward if there aren't results, and that we're in a proof of performance mode, and that we won't settle for anything else. And so in order for us to be that kind of very good manager of our contract, I think we have to delineate both of those things in the contract. So I would look for those. We've been getting a draft about every 4 hours, so I'll look for this in the 3 a.m. draft, okay?
Yeah.
I'll set my alarm and get up and read it. Thank you.
We can have a robocall just to wake you up if you're, okay. Mr. Snyder?
So many versions.
Dr. Sarfin, you said earlier, I believe, at least I understood it to be that way, that you had sent us an analysis of why we needed to do this versus expanding Garza as an example, or providing the same service on our own in some way. And,
No.
okay.
No,
I'm
Mr.
sorry, I
President,
misunderstood.
trustees of the board,
what you said.
trustee Schneider. No, it was a request, and people asked to see what were the different models that we had in the district to address some portion of this issue for completion rates and graduation rates. So it was never meant to do, this is better than another. That's not, it was an informative tool to crosswalk some of the different designs that we already have, and to show some of the, the gap need that this would potentially be able to fill. But it doesn't, by doing this, doesn't mean that Garza's not good or Twilight schools aren't working. I mean, as a matter of fact, they all are. But this is another way for us to kind of slice the issue of helping these types of vulnerable students, particularly at two of the high schools that have had to, work the most and been most vulnerable on their graduation rates.
Okay, so I'm looking at page 167, which Ms. Brister was kind enough to point out to me, which is what you had provided previously. I do recognize that from previous meetings. But is this what you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So has there ever been anything that says definitively why we're doing responsive solutions versus something like Garza or something that we could do taking our own staff, either folks that are on staff now or folks that have recently been on staff, and do the same kind of thing in the facilities that we have?
Mr. President, trustees of the board, trustee Schneider. Yes, we have done that a few times, I think even before my start date, under the last administration, and again, during my administration. And that's where, for us, I mean, it just came down to, for us to launch a model. Now, we were not going to do a computer-based model or anything like that. This is different to what what our proposal was more like. It was going to have some elements of that, but it was really more of, I think, a more traditional design, a little, certainly less than what, or not less, but different to what RES provides, the approach that is. I don't have that in front of me. I know that we did that as part of, oh God, what budget cycle was that? I can't remember, at least 2 ago or something. It was very early in my tenure. And so we looked at it, and our cost out of using our people, building the infrastructure and building the design, like I said, was closer to like a $4 million approach, because we were doing it in a very, just say, more traditional way. We got out of that and designed for, instead of doing that, we did the twilight schools. So we went back and revamped the model, brought down the cost, targeted, especially our older students, to have them be part of that program. And we are graduating kids. I think I notify y'all just about every time that we send them out to be young adults. So we have that piece, and like I said, but that is really having kids come at a different time and a different structure in school. What we're seeing at Lanier and Travis is that they are still in school. They're right there every day, and they're still hobbling through, and and remember I shared with y'all that data that we lose them in the 9th and 10th grade. Our dropouts don't happen as much at the 11th and 12th grade levels, and not to mention what happens in middle school, but I won't go there right now. But the 9th and 10th is really where we're going to try to target and stop that bleeding. And while other kids may participate, it's pretty clear that those 2 grade levels could easily fill the 200 spots. So it wasn't meant to be one's better or worse. It's a different design, and I do think what we were designing until we got to the twilight school model was very traditional, and the cost reflected that. It was basically, we were building a little more of a traditional high school without any bells and whistles, and letting all the high schools send their struggling kids there. That was the model that I saw.
Okay. Well, I'm not necessarily looking for something that's, A is better than B, that is better than C. Mm-hmm. But to me, the real big question comes down to, we know what these folks are doing. We know the target that they've got. We've got the same target already in our schools, or hope we can get them back in there at least. So I'm still struggling with, why we can't do this ourselves in some way.
We can, if we want to pay twice as much, maybe 2.5 times. I mean, I've seen, now that I've gone and seen some of it, I get it. I think in a year, if this model is actually successful with our kids, and we know they have all of our kids in their program, that it will be successful with them. We can build that out. We can set up those kinds of labs. We need to find the right space for it. We need to put it in the facility master planning structure. I mean, we need to kind of get ready for it. But right now, I can get to 2 schools in real time on those campuses and make it happen for about 400 to 500 kids. We can do that for 12, 13. Planning out, I'm happy to bring the 2.0 version, for the 13, 14 school year.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm continually struck by at least my perception that, what these guys are doing is, again, based on my experience, very similar to what I've seen Garza do over and over and over again. And I know that there's been some question about whether that is correct or not. But
Mr. Schneider, may I?
Sure.
Just, but the outcome might be similar, like we're serving kids who might be vulnerable for graduation, but the models are night and day.
Okay.
They are night and day. And and if you haven't had a chance to go see the model, I just encourage you to. This is not a Garza. This is nowhere near a Garza.
Okay.
Doesn't make it bad, doesn't make it not worth doing, doesn't mean Garza's better or worse. I'm just saying totally different approaches. And so there will be some kids that would be more successful in a Garza setting or a Twilight school, and there are going to be kids that will be more successful in this model.
Okay. But again, getting back, and the outcome is the same. The models,
That's the goal.
the way we get there may be different, but
Yeah.
the outcome is the same. And, I think it's pretty clear that both are successful, at least to some degree. I mean, I think the figure that I saw somewhere here was on the order of 53% for recovered dropouts.
Yes,
For
sir. Yeah.
responsive solutions, is that right? Which is still better than what we've got right now. But, again, I'm getting back to the point that I keep running up against, and, we should be able to do this ourselves in some way. And, maybe you need to work on it more and cost it out more, whatever it takes to get to that point. And to me, it's one of the good points about this being a one-year deal. But, I think this is one of those things that we ought to be doing ourselves.
Because,
What it comes down
Mr. President, trustees of the board, and for the public, we are doing a lot of this ourselves. You've got a lot of other models we built, no one built it for us, and so I just kind of want to get off that message that, that seems to be part of how people have been talking about the in-district charters. AISD is not abdicating its responsibility to kids in schools. There is nothing shameful in working with successful partners to help us move faster to do these things that the board has asked me to do, both in its priorities that were set for the 11-12 school year and on these goals and measurable outcomes. We know that we are under a lot of pressure for doing a better job in areas like graduation rates and struggling multi-year AU schools and that sort. But we have lots of successful models. I built one myself called Twilight Schools in my own tenure. But what I will say is we know we have kids today. They are our children that are sitting in RES. You met most of them. I mean, for those who went with me, they're AISD kids in other people's programs. Not that it's the nirvana, not that it is the only thing we should be doing, but I will say this, they have a model that we haven't figured out how to do. So having them in for a year and seeing how that works and seeing if that's actually successful with kids who stay at Travis and Lanier in real time is of value to us. And being able to rebuild or build something else, or perhaps in a 50-50 partnership, might be the next evolution of the design. But we are not running around, having other people do our work for us. It simply isn't true. So in this case, I know I've seen the model. I don't know if you've gone and visited. Have you seen it with your own? Okay. So it's not something that we have. They have the curriculum built for it. They have, kind of like the market and the expertise is all they do all day for our kids. They're just not in our system. In this way, having it as an in-district charter, they're our kids. We keep our hands on them. We learn from this. We get better at this. And yes, we can build out whatever we want for the future. But this really helps us move in a much faster way on serving in an area where we know we're struggling, right? And having them not in competition with us, building yet another external charter, they can build their next design in our very schools and serve our kids, not just the ones they have externally, but the ones they'll have internally too. So this is, I just want to put that pin in the chart because I know we're about to talk about the next in-district charter, but I just want to be clear that this is our intention and we're not sending our kids away from AISD. This is our effort to keep them in.
Let me just ask one follow-up question if I can, and I'll just leave that comment as it is, and we can go from there. But I thought I heard you say earlier that there were cases where these kids would even be doing some other things at Lanier, the examples of sports or whatever has been brought up, and I think you correctly pointed out that these kids are going to have to qualify to be able to do that. So we're probably not talking about a small group, if at all. But if you could enumerate in some way the cases where we will have some crossover and how that's going to be handled, I would be interested in seeing that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Moya.
Thank you. One of the other items that I didn't mention earlier is something that I heard when we were at the RES program in South Austin, which is that they can take students who are up to, I believe, like 25 years of age. And for those people who are familiar with the program and know that that's something that's part of their program, and some of the students that are that go through their program, I wanted to be clear that those particular students who are dropouts from Travis or Lanier or another one of the high schools would not be attending the program on one of those campuses. So there wouldn't be kids or adults in that age group attending classes or attending this program on those campuses. I think it's important for the public to know that, because I do believe that there are plenty of people around that know how that program works, and so I thought that was a point that we definitely needed to mention. I also wanted to say that what we're doing here with responsive ed and the whole new look at how to dropout recovery is cutting edge. This is something that's not done on a routine basis across the state. And one of the folks who came to Austin who works for Responsive Ed, but who's down in the Valley, is a former school board member. And she explained to me that what we're doing in Austin ISD and our efforts at dropout recovery and the innovation that we're doing by even entertaining the idea of doing this for them is very cutting edge statewide, and we are actually opening the door across the state to a different way of credit recovery and dropout recovery for at-risk kids, and showing that there are other ways to achieve this goal of ensuring that these students who have been challenged in a traditional environment have other ways of achieving a high school diploma and remaining in their school district. And I think that's an important thing for us to know about the work that the superintendent is guiding us through. Thanks.
Mr. Guzman.
Thank you. I think there's no doubt in anybody's mind that the dropout rate, and for that matter, recovery rate, is at a proportion that should be embarrassing. And at least for me, it is. And for me, it's not acceptable that we wait longer to try to get something that works, whether we do it or somebody else does it. If there's a way to do it, that somebody can do it faster, for that matter, maybe even better, I think that's the right way to go. And again, it's a common practice that when an organization, be it private or public, has a problem, that they do bring in expertise and specializations. It's common practice across all industries. So why that is something difficult to understand and to accept, I don't understand. I've done it myself in state government and in my own business. So I would say that this is, and the part that's interesting is that this organization would be willing to come in and let us learn from them, and maybe after a year, we're not going to contract with them again. I hope that's not a deal breaker, and that they're sitting here, but they're being pretty magnanimous about that. I guess if I were on the other end, I'd say, well, I'm going to come in for a year, and then you're going to learn from me. That's what you're saying here, And then what? You're not going to need me anymore? That's pretty magnanimous. And it's difficult for me to understand why we wouldn't accept something like that. To learn from a contract, to learn from a pilot as to what the best practices are, and then move forward and implement it. So I don't know that I feel the sense of urgency, and I think everybody else does, but I'm having difficulty understanding why, or maybe there is not a problem. Maybe there's just questions, and that's fine. But I think we need to move forward and try to resolve that problem of dropout that's alarming. Thank you.
Okay, other questions or comments on this? Ms. Bradley?
And just real quickly, I remember a few years ago, and I think it may have been right before the ARA funds, that we had actually spoke of setting monies aside to speak specifically to what we're talking about with the responsive. And I think one thing that was brought to us, I think, was CEP, which didn't go anywhere, and we just kind of let it rest. I'm sorry? Yeah.
Yes.
And we didn't do anything else. I think, first of all, we need to recognize that Garza is a nationally renowned program. But then I also think we need to recognize that we have 16-year-olds that may have 3 credits. And 3 credits will not get you into Garza. But it will make you at risk of dropping out or the future dropout. So we have to do something differently to speak to those kids. So if this is what it is, and we're talking about a 1-year pilot, then I think we owe it to those children to do so. And I just say that because I just know of one young man that's not in my district, that's actually in yours, do not have enough credits to actually get into Garza. So this could be something.
That helps bridge it.
Yeah.
Other questions or comments before we go to the next item? Okay, I appreciate, I think I'm going to pile on a second, which I think it's important for us to be willing to partner with other people that can do things that we can't do, or we can't do it as fast as they can do it, or we can't do it as well. And I think they're providing us an opportunity to learn, and then we can come back next year and we go through this process for AFRs. You can decide if you want to continue, expand, discontinue, scale it ourselves. I think we have a very great opportunity here. I have a feeling based on their track record, giving them know that they're serving kids today that are coming from our district, that they're going to provide a meaningful experience for kids and give them a chance, where dropping out does not give them much of a chance, and we owe it to them to do this. Okay, let's move to the next item, Dr. Christarfin. And I'm sure the room will empty as we get ready to talk about this one. Very little public interest in this.
So, Mr. President, trustees of the board, I know the other lead-ins to the AFRs have been fairly brief, and I will try to make this one brief as well. But I just wanted to be sure to give you, this is different. This is more than a 1-year contract. This is AISD's approach, again, one of those issues that I've been working on since I came into the district, and we had the multi-year AU houses on fire. There were 3 schools in particular that we were very concerned about: Pierce, Reagan, and Eastside Memorial. Those have always been kind of at the top and been pretty vulnerable. Tonight, this conversation is really focused on the Eastside Memorial vertical team, but most importantly, those elements of what, from your superintendent's, perspective, that are elements that literally don't exist in this vertical team. So I've presented multiple times to the community. We've done our best to educate people. I know we can do a better job, and we will continue to do more, even if we decide not to go down this road. I know that the people of this district, if they fully understood how vulnerable and challenging our turnaround for Eastside Memorial High School is, that we will find ourselves to a better place. So the first thing is you have a high school that really doesn't have a vertical team feeder. Many moons ago, again, before I was superintendent, perhaps when other people were on this board, really the school, the middle school that fed into Eastside Memorial was repurposed for whatever reason. I don't know why, but we don't have a dedicated feeder middle school to Eastside Memorial. It was a fire. Okay. They moved the. Okay, so once the fire and everybody moved out, it was never brought back. And then, we have what we kind of have today. I'm also seeing elements of successful vertical teams that involve elementary schools that have far higher commended rates and also verge on being either recognized or exemplary more as the norm than the exception. And then we're seeing elements of what you want to see at the high school level about completion rates and course pass rates and graduation rates that are still a great challenge for Eastside Memorial. So while I've watched schools like Reagan kind of get itself on a turnaround, LBJ, I mean, there are schools that have really made traction and you've made a good investment and good academic programming decisions. We're not seeing the same level of turnaround for Eastside Memorial. But I think Eastside Memorial has been set up in a way in that vertical team that simply makes it very hard. And I don't care how dedicated teachers are or how great the leadership is or how great a program is. If we're constantly sending kids to that high school in the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, reading at the 3rd grade level as a norm, there's only so much magic you can make at that high school level. So that's kind of where we're starting. Now, y'all know that since I've been here, I've worked on the plan for Eastside schools. That's part of our strategic plan. This is kind of where some of these things come out of. On top of that, we have goals and board priorities that tells us to work with special populations and have delivery models that work to get the kinds of outcomes that you want to see for schools. I've shared multiple times the multi-year challenges of this vertical team, but we know that our reality is that they are much further behind than any other high school or middle school, elementary school configuration than other areas of the district. So our plan, since I've been here, has taken many, many different paths. The first year, we tried to work really hard to rebuild. There were a lot of partners that didn't speak very highly of the way AISD works with them as partners. And we did an assessment, and I went back and tried to rebuild some of those relationships, see if we could get a partner locally that would help us work through this issue. And that really, my first year, people kind of waited to see how things would turn out. And the second year, while we couldn't find anyone local to work with us, we did start a conversation with Harvard Education Labs. And that conversation ensued for a year. We literally milked them for everything they had available, even though we weren't paying for anything. And we created the plan to strengthen the educational foundation for Eastside Memorial and Travis vertical teams. So while I know this conversation is really going to be tonight about 2 sites, Allen and Eastside Memorial, please don't forget that even though we decided that we weren't working with Harvard Ed Labs, we squeezed everything out of them that we could get for free to help us look at things like our literacy and numeracy plan, our language plans, and most importantly, all those things around net growth and challenges of the schools in each one of those vertical teams. And we even pulled some schools that may not be in the vertical team but feed into the middle schools, and that's what we have. So please know we're not ignoring the rest of the vertical team for Eastside Memorial. You approved this we worked on it all that time with Harvard Ed Labs. You approved it in April, and that's what we've been doing in those schools. And we're starting to see some results. On the other hand, you haven't fixed what I think is a core problem. So here's where we are. We think that if we establish a college preparatory in-district charter program in partnership with a highly successful public school system known as IDEA, at Allen Elementary and Eastside Memorial, beginning with K2 and 6, and then growing to a K-12 by the end of the 2015-16 school year, that you will have finally the core to a vertical team that will be unshakable. And anything else that happens or any participation in space will only help serve as either innovative disruption and help other schools get better, or be in partnership with them to do two key things. One, serve as the key entity for our reconstitution plan, because we have not identified one yet, to work with us in the interim years as this design is growing, to make Eastside Memorial stronger with the kids we have today. And we want to ensure that by doing this design, we actually have that feeder middle school put into place, and that we are building in the right way the lead up into the middle school and ultimately the high school. Now, part of why we are interested in this model is that we do believe that it supports the 5 tenets of research that we saw in the Harvard Ed Lab work, and that as an entity that can help us deliver on those things like improving our human capital, more time on task, high dosage tutoring, high expectations, and no excuses culture, and ultimately data-driven decision-making is all part of the culture that they can help bring to the table. And then the last piece of this that I think is really important for people to understand is that charter schools exist in Austin. They are independent of AISD, and they often get kids straight from our district, since we're the biggest game in town. More than $26 million that could be AISD students goes out to charters, and of that, 6.6 is right there in the Eastside Memorial area for this vertical team. We know that they're still coming and that they're growing, and this is the first partner in the charter world that's willing to come and work with AISD as a partner to bring alive those tenets that we said were best practice research, and help us do that in a very vulnerable vertical team. So to me, that helps answer in part the question of why aren't we doing this by ourselves and alone? Why don't we just go do it? We know that in our reconstitution plan that we really don't have that much more flexibility left. Now that we've already closed the school and reopened the high school, there's only 2 options left in statute. It's alternative management or closure. And alternative management is defined in only 2 ways: charter school or a nonprofit. So we have a chance to kind of get in front of the freight train, and that's supposed to be heading at us, and turn ourselves around and go with the freight train and actually deliver with this partner in mind. There are other things that an in-district charter has that our school districts don't have. They get the same kind of flexibility as open enrollment charters, like what they're able to do with time, their hiring practices, their after-school hours, and some other things. We want them as a thought partner. We want to think about professional development and literacy training. We've talked about this, having kids reading at or above grade level by the 1st grade. That's not something we do as a norm in AISD. It's something they do as a norm that would be of interest to us. So with those things in mind, there's the model that I described. So again, just to open next school year, 12-13 only involves the following grades: K1, 2, and 6th, and it's all at Allen. Okay? Over time, it becomes a K5, and the 6-12 grows into Eastside Memorial. The students from the current attendance zone for Allen would attend the new program design. They could opt out if they wanted to, or they could stay. But basically, it starts with an attendance zone. And then those that don't want to be part of the program can go to Go Valley or Ortega, and Go Valley and Ortega are part of this plan that we did back in April that we've been implementing at all of these schools. Now, The sixth graders would be assigned to Martin with transportation if they didn't want to stay, and they could request a transfer to any other AISD school, but they wouldn't get transportation. The students in pre-K and grades 3 through 5 that live in the current Allen attendance zone would be assigned to Go Valley and Ortega. And we do have space, at those schools. Now, the 6th and 7th grade that would move to Eastside Memorial in the 13-14 school year would operate in Eastside Memorial. And then the students that are attending Eastside Memorial would co-locate for a while with IDEA, and then it would inevitably kind of phase out. The students from the Eastside Memorial Vertical Team, in other words, the Martin attendance area, will have preference to attend the secondary portion of IDEA at the 6th through 12th campus. Again, middle school students that do not want to enroll at Eastside Memorial at the middle school grade levels can go to Martin, and those at the high school level go to Travis. Now, we know that there are other choices like Crockett, LBJ, Reagan, and then we have families that already kind of choose a pathway through, I think it's diversity choice that takes them to Austin High. So we know that we have lots of options if families don't want to participate in the program. Now that's all of it in a nutshell. We do think this is a smart business proposition for AISD. We know how much money we've been putting, especially at the high school level, into these programs. 2.5 times more like 2 times more than what we've been talking about today, which is about a $7,700 per pupil cost starting in the K and going all the way up to 12th grade. So they're not talking to us about like expanding the cost of the program. We are already seeing we missed the opportunity to apply for the in-district charter grants that the state offers for both RES, Responsive Education Solutions, and IDEA. We're going to go back and apply the second year, and conversations with the state say that that's possible. But what we have a commitment from IDEA on is that they will raise $1.5 million. They already have a third of that. At the table for us to be able to consider on some of these, kind of startup costs that could, that might be unanticipated and just hard for us to pull off without the extra dollars in our operational budgets. But that's the bigger picture of what we're doing. You have the contract. The contract does include the reconstitution connection, and then a lot of details about how the whole thing works, everything down to who pays the utilities to, how it's being funded. So I'm going to stop there and just allow for, questions. And as appropriate, I'll ask Mel to come up to talk about the contract. Tom Torkelson is here, the CEO of IDEA, so he'll be available. I see John Fitzpatrick, and just because we want to torture him, we might bring him up and let the board grill him too. And then Ramona Trevino and Paul, of course, can help us with academic questions, and Lawrence and others can help with facilities. And the contract, we never bring contracts forward in draft form. Never. That is not our practice, as Mel constantly reminds me of. And that's why, Ms. Lavoie, you're going to get that 3 a.m. revision. But in this case, we thought it was so important because people had so many questions that we give the draft versions as we, go along, so that there's, no secrecy in the process and you can kind of see what all the details are about. Thank you for reminding me of that.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Christopherson. A lot to talk about. We can open it up for comments and questions. And let me just follow up. Depending on the board's conversation, let me make sure I'm clear, the board's clear. Next week, you would be looking for direction to move forward in this relationship, but we would not necessarily be approving the contract next week because there's still work to be done to get the contract. Is that true, Mr.
Mel's
Waxler?
relieved, but we could.
Because
let's say we're going to work to get you a contract for approval, but we appreciate
the flexibility
the fact that we may not be able to get every I dotted and T crossed.
Okay, because there could be some elements that you've got to go work on. Okay. Let's open up for comments or questions. Ms. Barksdale.
I have about the same question I had on our last conversation, which is for proof of performance. And looking at the contract, it's for 7 years. And the only failure to perform information I see in the contract relates to a school in the district, or the part of the charter program being recognized, being AU for 2 years or more, or the school, any school not performing any better than any other AISD school. Is that it? In terms of non-performance, or what proof of performance measures are?
No, Mr. President, trustees of the board, trustee Barksdale. I mean, there are all the other performance measures that we look at in all the other schools, but you're right. To your point in the other contract, any of those things, we're happy to go back and just flesh out and put them in the contract and be clear about those indicators.
Okay, I'll be more pointed than
Okay.
academic performers.
Okay.
Academic indicators of performance, I should say. The argument that it has to be, sort of bigger, better, faster, stronger than something we can do ourselves, for the standard to be as good as any other AISD school for the same student group doesn't seem to measure up to that. So I'd rather see language in the contract that goes far beyond, I think Ms. Bradley said it earlier, sort of to state test mediocrity. We should set higher standards than that for ourselves, and we do, and we're held accountable for that as a board and you as a superintendent. I'd like to see that this partner is held as accountable for bringing that bigger, better, faster, stronger, and know exactly what those indicators would be and what those measures would be, and I would hope that it would not be academically unacceptable for 2 years, and that's non-performance.
Understand?
Okay. So, but specifically, that's something we can see or talk about or know what those are before we move forward?
Right. Again, I'm going to go back to all the indicators that we've talked about that are within our strategic plan. We can just go through those things that we look at for every school. Attendance, the grade, course passing. Even for, elementary, we look at the kids' grades. And I just have all those indicators that are part of the strategic plan, but also part of our dashboard. And I'll just, run through them and go over them with the team and, and be consistent with this contract and the other one.
Right. I think what I'm just in the most pointed way asking is, our standard for our charter partner going to be just do at least as well as we do? Or is it higher?
That is not the intention. So we do want it to be higher or as good as some of the other elementary schools that we have. Some of our schools are great. It's not like, we're going to, ask people to do something that's above and beyond what AISD does. But yes, I get your point, and I'll sit down with them and figure out what's a way for us to go about the language that shows that it certainly won't be at the same level or expectation of, not expectation, the same level of some of the past performance that we've seen. So we do want it to be better.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments? Mr. Schneider.
Sure, why not? I've got some questions regarding the contract and also some questions on how we got to this point. One of the things that I'm kind of disturbed about is that from a question that was asked previously, it looks like IDEA does not have any experience with being an in-district charter. Is that correct?
Mr. President, trustees of the board, trustee Schneider, there are probably only 3 charter public school districts in the state of Texas that have any in-district chartering experience. I think it's, help me, Galveston, KIPP Galveston,
Yes,
and
North Forest.
Yes, North Forest, and this would be the 3rd in the state. And John's nodding yes, so John Fitzpatrick, that is.
Which is what I'm kind of questioning, is how we got to IDEA rather than KIPP or YES or some of the other providers.
That's a great question, so thank you for asking that. And Mr. Schneider and trustees, we didn't go about this lightly. The board spent, I don't know if you recall, but I know Mel and Christy recall us doing revision after revision of the in-district policy. After we got that sorted out, we went forward to start, figuring out the administrative procedures for that. So while we knew there were a few successful public charter systems in the state, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're a good match for what AISD was doing. So we started, I think we sent tons of people. I mean, we went on lots of trips with lots of folks to go and actually visit sites and cultivate relationships, because the last thing that anybody saw about relationships as charters with AISD, I think, was when KIPP and Edison came forward several years ago. So we moved through just visiting and trying to understand what the landscape was, and then moved through in part, like we had the parallel reconstitution plan going. And in June, the board did a couple of things. After you approved your policy, you approved in a specific agenda item, as it relates to IDEA, us exploring a relationship with them, and that could look like anything. And then while that's going on, we learned a lot about them and could see that they were very successful in the Valley, but not being sure that was the, not just kind of limiting our choices. We put out an RFA, a request for applications, where we encouraged and reached out to a lot of different institutions that do this type of chartering work, and asked them to apply and to see what they did and have conversations with us about what might work. While we were in the collaborative, y'all just went over that work with us in the last board meeting, I do believe. While we had a lot of charters that were interested in being in a collaborative and talking about how we could just do a better job of public school education in Austin, that's different to saying, like, we're going to work with you on a school or a vertical team. So there were only 3 charter institutions that came forward: Responsive Education Solutions, IDEA, and KIPP Austin. We talked to all of them. As you can see, Responsive Education Solutions is very different. So that was one bucket, and we talked to them, and you see how that's turned out. And then we talked to KIPP and IDEA, and in that conversation, what was clear is that KIPP has its own existing growth model for Austin, and we could be part of that. They want to be in partnership with us. We believe that maybe sometime in the future we will be able to figure something out. But as those conversations went, some of the things that we did talk about, like, doing an attendance zone and not creaming off the top, and all those other things that we've talked about, while they were willing to kind of consider it, it really didn't fit the growth model that they already had in place. And they've already been moving. They're opening, was it 10 schools, Mark?
Yeah,
It's
5,000 kids.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. So again, while, it was more of a conversation about a facility, it wasn't so much about, like, how are we going to deal with, which our big issue was looking at this as a potential solution to help us address the ongoing challenges in East Austin, or anywhere else in the district, but our data was saying that this vertical team needed the most help. And so it's in those conversations that I still don't think the conversation with KIPP Austin's dead, or that they don't want to work with us. It's just not the right time in the model that they have. And over time, we'll see how things turn out. And so IDEA was still in conversations with us, by far had the most flexibility. I mean, they want to stay core to their design, but things like attendance zone versus open enrollment, they're not pressed about that. If that's what we want, great. If there were things like non-competes and things of that sort, that's something that we were able to work in the contract. I can't say that other charter entities would even consider having that conversation. And so we kept going through things, and we were finding that at the end of the day, the only non-negotiable we all had for each other was ensuring that more kids were graduating and had at least the skills or the ability to get access to college and get scholarships and whatever they needed to remove barriers. So in the big picture, big vision level, that's where we kind of were, and everything else is negotiable. And that's where we started talking about what were some of the smaller details within the contract. And our experience thus far has been outstanding. They are not interested in being an independent charter from us, an open enrollment charter just anywhere here in Austin. The conversations have been about the partnership, about us learning from each other, about rethinking everything from human capital to professional development, and being very open to that, and also being the willing partner to fill that space for the other entity in the reconstitution plan to help work with Eastside Memorial today. So a lot of the stars started aligning. We felt very confident about everything from their leadership to their school board to their financials to their outcomes, and that's what brought us together today. So that's the shorter version as I can, but we did do outreach, and we just are where we are. And perhaps the next time around, we'll have, more, if we decide to have a next time around, there'll be more people interested and apply.
Okay. I would nearly be interested in seeing like the decision matrix that got you to that point. Not that you even used one, but if you or what you used. But I would be interested in taking a look at that.
Just so you know, it was very similar. Like, it's hard to say KIP is better than IDEA or responsive solutions is better than KIP. They're different. They have different models. They do different things. But we did a similar matrix like the one you saw for. That 167, the responsive, that thing. So, yeah, it's very similar. We just kind of crosswalked everything and then started drilling down on those things that we knew were important to our school board and to our community that y'all had discussed multiple times at the table.
Okay. Another question I have, I'm looking at just like the first page of the draft contract, okay? And it says...
Okay, so which version
this
are you
is
on?
page 199.
Did you do the replacement?
I don't know.
I've done it. Do you want to look at this?
I'll find it in a second. So.
I had the latest version.
Mel, are you following us?
I printed it.
Okay.
I've got it. And the number is the same. The number is the same, too.
So I mean, get to...
Okay.
I date stamped mine.
So...
Okay, hold on, wait, let me catch up. So you're just on the first page.
That's right.
All right, that's a good place to start.
And I think it's the same as the page.
It's, if you look at the one that we, hopefully, oh, yes. Yes, in the one that's in your folder for today, you will know if it changed because we made sure you could see the track changes. So just so I can show, if you look on page 199, you see the underlined words. The next to last line says for elementary schools.
Yeah.
That's new language. If you flip on the back, you see a scratch through. We took it out. So this one shows, so if it's not scratch through, added or something, you know it's the same as the version you saw from whatever, 3 in the morning.
Okay, thank you. My question is just much more general, and that I'm looking at the first point, and it says program generally, and we're talking about the number of students that we're guaranteeing in our contract in some way. Okay?
The minimum, maximum, the
Right.
range, yes.
Okay. My take is the...
I'm sorry, Mr. President. I don't know if a point of order is in order here because we're talking about a contract. As General Counsel, are we open to discuss a contract openly at this work session? I mean, if we are, we're fine. I mean, I don't have a problem with it, but I just have a sense that we may not be.
Well, Mr. Guzman, it's pretty extraordinary, actually, but the answer is yes. You are open to discuss this evening. It was, a previous version was provided last Friday and provided to the public so that they could kind of walk this with us. This version that you have in front of you was made available at about 5 o'clock today. But yes, sir, you are free to discuss this evening.
Thank you so much, because typically, as you know, we discuss contracts in executive session.
And I believe I had asked that question earlier in the week, and Mr. Waxler provided the same answer he did then, is my recollection. So anyway, we're talking about a minimum and maximum number of students that we're saying will be provided for the purposes of the charter. And it seems to me that the community has rather strongly stated their idea, as it was, about the charter in question. Yeah, that wasn't intended, believe me. But, what happens if we don't get to the minimum in some way? I mean, if the number of kids that are going to enroll in this charter does not meet this number, they choose to go elsewhere, whether, it's by choice or whatever.
Right. Mel, do you want to talk about the contract?
Sure. We have discussed this, and if the minimum does not make and there is not the economies of scales necessary to support the contract, then we don't have a contract.
Okay. Is that actually stated in the contract, that it becomes null and void if we don't get to that number?
Not in those words, Mr. Schneider, but my belief is the answer is yes.
Okay. Would there be a problem with including those words in some way?
Not at all. And we'd certainly be happy to talk with the IDEA representatives, and, under those circumstances, they may want to reconsider the minimums, but, from a legal point of view, that's not a barrier for us.
Okay, thank you. Another response I saw, and I think, Dr. Christophin, you were saying that we were talking about roughly $7,700 per kid as the cost that we were going to be paying. Is that right, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I know that there are additional funds that are available to us beyond that, like federal Title I funds as an example, that kind of thing. Where do those funds end up going? Do they stay with us? Do they go to the charter provider? Where do they end up?
Nicole, do you want to explain how that whole process works with your fancy numbers? We had a chart over the weekend that I.
Specifically,
No, she broke it out on that chart.
Well, numbers above the state ADA, or WWADA even.
Thank you. Good evening. So we basically collect, as a district, all the revenue associated with the district-wide WADA across the system. And so we would sub-allocate to IDEA based upon the prescribed number that has been provided in the proposed contract. The number as it computes, and so I built a sort of a calculation model that took the projected enrollment in ADA based upon sort of the typical profile of the kids that are currently serving in those areas, and built up a model as if they would us, and what would that allocation be as a straight through. And sort of like passing it through to them. And it ranged at about $7,700, which is less than what we currently provide for operating dollars per pupil currently at some of those campuses, particularly Allen and Martin is substantially higher because of the supplemental dollars that we provide on top. The allocation does not include other revenue sources that the district is able to leverage that are outside of the state funding formula that is part of our general fund budget. So it's pretty significantly less than what we typically operate on a per pupil basis in terms of the pass-through. It's to represent sort of the fully loaded cost of doing business, all the pass-through for operational components, including overhead and what have you. So in looking at other sort of contracts, it looks like a very sort of fair and reasonable per pupil allocation that we would advance to them. The students that attend those campuses, because it's zoned for an attendance area, they would be entitled to supplemental Title I services. So we would allocate Title I funds directly to them as if they were the prior school. So the the federal law is designed to provide supplemental services to at-risk kids based upon the attendance and residing areas. And so we would basically, in a sense, sort of swap out whatever entitlements that those kids have that reside in those zones and provide that allocation for the supplemental support for those students.
Okay, I'm not sure I'm clear still, Ms.
Okay.
Conley Abrams. I mean, the $7,700 figure you're using, is that just state ADA, or is it include federal Title I funds?
No,
as
it
an
does
example?
not include federal Title I.
Okay, so if I understand what you just said correctly, we're not talking about $7,700 per student. It would be more, based on current rates at least, probably an additional $10,000 or so to get to, assuming the $7,700 ADA is roughly equivalent to what we're getting for state ADA now, which I think is actually less, probably on the order of $1,000 or so. That's maybe being a little generous, but we're still getting into something between, let's say, $15,000 and $18,000 per kid. Is that correct?
I don't believe so. I mean, it's really, we're talking about the 7,700 plus whatever entitlements under Title I. Last time I looked at sort of the, if I can recall, I think the supplemental allocation for Title I for the Allen campus was around maybe $80,000 or so, maybe less than that. So it really is dependent upon the number of kids that are in that residing area that would be entitled to those dollars. The only other piece that's not included that as proposed in the contract is sort of the on top, the transportation costs, as well as the food. You know, we would sort of protect the food program and reserve and continue to run it. It is running at a surplus level. That surplus allows us to subsidize other localities who are not able to break even in their food service program. So it's in our best interest to sort of keep food with us.
Right.
So so it would be a little bit more. I don't have the actual numbers of what they would get under Title I. We obviously don't have our allocations for next year yet, but we can certainly go through and I can pull the actual Title I allocations to sort of see what they would be entitled to under our existing allocations for Title I.
What I'm trying to get to is a point for, at least for me, okay, that when I look at what the TEA website says, we're allocating per child at Eastside as an example, okay? And what that comparative figure is going to look like with the charter instead. And, determine where those dollars are actually going. So, if you look at all the other things that TEA includes in their reports, AIS reports, and, where the dollars are broken out there, that's the kind of number that I'm looking to get a hold on.
I've put together a schedule of those reports that looks at the historical operating cost per pupil across by campus, the district-wide over the number of years. I don't, again, all of the sites that we're sort of talking about in terms of our existing schools operate at a fairly higher number than what we're proposing to pass on to IDEA, even without the consideration of other non-general fund dollars. And so even with the Title I allocations and proposed transportation, it is lower than what is currently in the than how we operate currently today. So case in point for Allen, the gross funds, according to the 2010 data, 9-10 data, it was operating at $91.55 per pupil.
Okay. Do you have the number for Eastside there in front of you?
Yes. East Side and 910, the gross funds was $14,735 for Global Tech. Green Tech, $11,805. And the 10-11 budgeted numbers, because we haven't audited them yet, and TEA is a year behind. It's the gross all funds is $11,768, $12,063 for East Side Green. And then Allen again is $96.41 for all funds for the 10-11 budget. I'm just sorry. I certainly can go back and recompute the Title I and add that on a per pupil basis for the proposed idea in district charter, so there could be a comparable apples to apples match. But as we sort of computed without the Title I, even with the transportation, we were looking at a sort of gross per pupil cost of about $83.73.
Okay, well, the number, again, that I'm interested in is, what the pass-through dollars are going to be on top of the $7,700 that we're talking about, so. Okay, just so I'm clear, you said that there was a clause in the contract where the charter will take any child that applies without question, without any kind of merit or anything else that would apply that we sometimes do in some other facilities. Okay. I think that's it for right now, at least.
Thank you. That was your cell phone.
Cell phone's not near it. It's me, I'm not near it.
Here, use mine.
I can throw my.
Any questions or comments? Other questions? Ms. Barksdale? Oh, let's go from others that have not had a chance. We'll come back to you. Ms. Torres and then Ms. Bradley. Okay, thanks. I got you going here. Oh, is that what it was? Ms. Torres.
I have a comment. Just a possible clarification. And I asked Mr. Greaves, so maybe Ms. Barksdale, since you were at that same session as I was, I seem to recall in the STAR, when they were going through the STAR, that they're changing the subgroups that they were going to have, that you report to, different than what we currently have. Do you recall something like that? Okay. Okay. So all I would ask is that if that changes, that perhaps the wording in the contract where it relates to the subgroups that are going to be used for academic comparisons, that the wording be or as appropriate as they're being used at that particular point in time.
We will make that clear. We will make that clarification in the contract.
Thank you. And you can cite Ms. Barksdale and Torres. No.
Credit.
It's credit.
Okay, credit.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
And then you mentioned in your introductory remarks, Dr. Karsarfin, and so this is a valid question since I didn't have it ahead of time. You mentioned there is reference to the reconstitution. Can you tell me what you meant by that with regard to either the contract or the document that you were referring to?
Sure. Mr. President, trustees of the board, Trustee Torres, we have, as the board knows, we are in a reconstitution plan at the high school level for Eastside Memorial High School at the Johnston campus. And when we ended last school year, we had worked an entire school year working out this, or trying to work out a relationship with Harvard Education Labs, with the economist Roland Fryer, to be our partner in the reconstitution plan. So in other words, we were using the lead researcher that also does a lot of hands-on monitoring and implementation with us in the school, and they were doing some of these things across other schools in Texas. So as the school year kind of came to a closure and we had to do multiple, remember we had to vote 3 times on the reconstitution plan. At the last vote on the reconstitution plan, we changed the language. So it said we could consider Ed Labs or, and I've got Mr. Guzman probably knows it by heart now, or another entity, somebody help me, or another entity that would help the district or partner with the district. It's in your, I'm sorry. Or another entity that has proven expertise to help the district ensure successful implementation. And so when we ended the school year, when we didn't, take, I think, direct action, direct action to work with Harvard Education Labs, they picked a different school district in Colorado. So they were kind of expanding to 3 new districts, and we were not going to be one of them after after adding that language, and it became clear that the board was interested in another entity. So that part of the reconstitution plan is still incomplete. So we've done a lot of the work along the plan, but not working with the partner to help us ensure the implementation. So part of the research from Ed Labs is out of the best practice research of successful charter schools and some successful, district public school systems, but mostly it's a lot of charter-based information. So when we finished, I've kept the Texas Education Agency, and I've personally kept the commissioner informed. He has been incredibly understanding of where we are. It kept saying we want to get it right. Just at the end, it didn't come together. So we're going to continue to work on it. And the board did take action on idea to explore. So we kind of had that in our back pocket as just let us try to start working through things again. Well, now we're 6-7 months since June, and we haven't identified an entity. And it's fair enough. The commissioner's got tons of bigger fish to fry with whole districts that are in trouble. It makes Austin's problems look easy. But while we're not on the short list for being in trouble or having challenges, they haven't forgotten us, right? So to be fair, it's not like they're burning, hard to say, where's that entity? But I did what the community and Mr. Guzman and I talked a lot about. I did the soft ask for what does it mean if we asked for more time? Because, we're kind of at the end of first semester. And his response was, well, first we'd have to make it a formal request. And he hasn't asked for a formal request yet. So, but I'm guessing once we get in the second semester, they're going to really ask what we're doing. But we haven't done a formal request. But once you make a request, it triggers a review. They will come, they'll look at the school, they'll look at our performance, they'll look at all the indicators. And I don't have to tell y'all because you saw some of our midterm information about Eastside Memorial and our preparation for STAR that isn't favorable right now. And the school, by and large, with the merging of the two schools, the majority of the kids are academically unacceptable in the hard numbers on performance. So it'll trigger review, they'll look at that, and then it'll be in his hands. He'll decide whether or not they want to, do that thing they do that takes away some local control and tells you what to do. Or, they could say, you have the rest of the school year, figure it out. But I have talked to him, and I would say, given my first experience when I came in over Pierce, it is really a different relationship, and that's good news. But also, it's a firm relationship about AISD still taking responsibility for what we know is a multi-year academically unacceptable school. So it's not like we have a pass, but it's to be totally, clear about it. I haven't made the formal request for the more time, and also we are on the radar, but we're not at the top of the list for immediate engagement. So again, a little bit like LBJ, especially, or Reagan, when we took action in advance, I think we're still in that special space where we are good if we continue to take the actions to be responsible for what we're doing. I think if we don't bring closure to that reconstitution plan and some other things, it is totally within his statutory authority, which Christy Rome has confirmed, and he has reminded me, it is within his statutory authority to trigger the next accountability consequences. And there's only 2 left. We've used everything. And I just want to remember everyone, when we did the reconstitution plan, I mean, our options were still very limited. It's like without having that partner, it was either you got to close or you got to reconstitute. I mean, you don't have we're at the back end of this thing for the second time around. So in the reconstitution plan, our kind of saving grace was that we were going to bring down cost and get more focused by merging the 2 schools under one PEIMS number. And they graciously agreed to allow us to take the acceptable rating, knowing full well that we didn't have quite everything in place for an acceptable rating, but that, they're really trying to help us and not hinder us in getting our turnaround off the ground. But we're still just not in a good space. And that's really where we are. And so I would suspect that in December, if we're not taking action where it's clear what that entity is, it is your superintendent is going to ask for more time and not look like we're, skirting our accountability. And that, that's just going to trigger things, and I can't guess what he's going to do. I know really, he's like, I don't want, he's not like, I want to just close a school. In this case, he's, at least my experience is that he's really hopeful that we're going to do a smart turnaround, take responsibility, maintain local control, and fix this ourselves.
And so how does that, so how does that translate to the contract?
Right, so in the contract, what IDEA has, agreed to be is that entity.
Okay.
So while they're not doing the design that they're doing at Allen, the K1, 2, and the 6, that while Eastside Memorial is still Eastside Memorial as we know it today, but to work with us on those issues like improving human capital, high dosage tutoring, high expectations, no excuses culture, data-driven decision-making and instruction, and working with us closely to learn some of the best practices that they have going on in schools with similar demographics at the high school level.
Okay.
And so in a way, I feel like, we kind of get two birds with, one stone. The reconstitution plan, and then they have a vested interest in seeing that go well so that, the school is not closed too soon and you're disrupting a lot of kids and stuff, to let it kind of have the natural evolution.
Okay. Okay.
Dr. Karstafen, a concern that had come to me was the parent-student compact. Can you talk to us about that?
Maybe somebody can point me to the page, but yes, IDEA has a parent-student contract. It's like in our schools in AISD, all of our Title I schools have these kind of contracts too. Now, while we ask parents to sign them and those sorts of things, it's not a requirement to be able to go to one of our Title I schools, and it's not a, is it page? You can't just do 2, babe. You got to give us a real number. But we don't have page 2. You got to give us a real number.
200.
Thank you.
200.
Thank you. Page 200. Thank you. And so just to be crystal clear, because there was a lot of conversation about this, we wanted to be sure that that we had the language absolutely right. But students will, even if you don't sign it, it doesn't make you ineligible in going to IDEA. And in the same way that it doesn't make you ineligible to be able to go to an AISD school, but it's just their approach to it is different. Whereas we, oftentimes when parents don't sign, some schools are great. They'll do shoe leather, they'll hit the pavement, they go sit in homes, and they talk to parents. Other schools, not so great. But in their case, that's part of the culture. They want families to understand why it's valuable, why it's important, and it's one of the linchpins for how they really get parents to be engaged in the school. So they do have one like we do, but it doesn't make, if you don't sign it, it doesn't make you ineligible. But I suspect that it raises your family as a family that you have to really talk to, reach out more to, go to, and help bring into the school. So they have one like us.
The other thing that I think was a concern too, with the compact, if you're not following the compact, does that mean, if you sign it, you're not following it or whatever, does that mean removal?
No, ma'am. We don't. I'm correct about that, so I just want to make sure Tom's nodding with it. But no, it doesn't constitute as removal. And we that's been a big discussion, right? People have a belief, and maybe in some charter schools this is how it works, but we're not seeing, y'all went down to the valley with us, we're not seeing where they have a track record of sending kids back out to the home or the original ISD. when I press them for numbers, I mean, I think like you're trying to think of how to get to past one hand of the numbers of kids where, where it just really wasn't a good match and they just weren't enjoying the program. We're not here to make people's lives miserable. We want to just help them get a quality education and get ready for college and go. So it doesn't put you out of school. It doesn't, make you ineligible. It's just probably one of those indicators that shows that families, these are families that need extra support and attention. And Mel wants to give you some legalese.
Well, if I might, this is not only page 2 of the
Use the mic.
This is not only page 2 of the contract, Ms. Bradley. You can also find this as number 10, and it's my page 6, but I'm not sure what here, let's look at it in here.
I think it's page 202. No, that's computer and hardware.
No, this will be on, it's C, Program Services, IDEA agrees to, and then there's a number of
204?
agreements. And if you look at number 10, it starts undertake
Yeah,
student
204.
disciplinary actions. Thank you.
Well, that's a good point, but I guess it says no student shall be returned to his or her home school as a disciplinary action, which I'm glad to see that in the contract, but in some cases, IDEA will be their home school. So, how do we ensure that, and I think we've used the term as ownership, that they own these kids. These are their kids. They own them. It's their responsibility to educate them. If there's behavioral issues, it's their responsibility to deal with the behavioral issues and not
Send them out, send them away,
Right.
send them to another school.
right.
Yes, ma'am. Just, that's not, that's not what they're doing. We don't want kids, removed. There are things like.
Okay, I guess let me.
Yeah, go ahead.
We don't want, I guess what I'm trying to hear, it will not happen.
Okay, it will not happen.
Bradley's in the contract. If you go back to number 2, it says,
No student will be ineligible for admission for failure to sign such pledge. Additionally, no student shall be involuntarily removed from the IDEA school without the review and approval of AISD's superintendent or designee. So the superintendent is the gatekeeper.
It will not happen. I got it. I got it. We're gonna be on that.
Ms. Lavoy.
I appreciate that. In my mind, the most critical aspect of our discussion tonight is that we want to do something for the underperforming children, wherever they are, however we find them. And so that should be our guiding principle, and I think it is our guiding principle. I think if charters are done correctly, they can address some serious problems. But I want to underscore done correctly. And we want in AISD charter schools that work, not charter schools that don't work. And so I've thought long and hard about this, just as everybody else around the table has. And I've come up with what I believe are 5 essential elements that we should follow when we're contracting for educational services to meet that overall theme that we have, which is it's critical to do something about the performance gap, and we want our students to achieve. And so I think when you craft a contract, you're really trying to get as close to achieving that goal as you possibly can. That's the purpose of a contract. And so the 5 essential elements I'd like to see in the contract are, first of all, how do we keep our promises to our children academically? And that is of paramount importance. It's essential. We cannot put a school in anybody's district that's not going to live up to its promise. And all around the table, other trustees have mentioned things that I think go in that bucket. Not skimming, selecting the proper subgroups for comparison, doing the right kind of academic evaluation to make sure that these students are achieving, leaving nothing to risk, having termination provisions so that if the charter's not performing, we're done, we're moving on. And I think our own evaluation has to be rigorous. It has to be tough. It has to be tougher than anything I've seen in these documents. I saw some lists of items that may be in an evaluation. I don't think that's what we're looking for here. We want elements that are in an evaluation. And so Ms. Barksdale used the term proof of performance. Mr. Torres used some other terminology that I thought was appropriate. I don't think we're there yet with this contract. I don't think it gives a promise to the students in Sam's district that it's going to be over and above what we've got. And to Mr. Schneider's point, the language should be tightened up on point one, which is how do we keep our promise to our children? I think the second essential element is how we protect the district and the other 84,000 students that we're trying to educate. I've asked for a non-compete language. I've seen it. I don't think it meets muster in the third version of the contract, and I read all three. And I think the non-compete language we have in responsive solutions is better. What I'm looking for there is that the operator will not operate schools within the jurisdiction of AISD, not in partnership with AISD. That's what I'm looking for. Something tight. I'd be happy to entertain some other suggestions, but what I've seen in versions 1, 2, and 3 today don't say that, and they don't come close to that. In fact, I'm not sure what they get at. The language is too vague for my satisfaction. I think the third essential element is transparency and governance. We are a school board. We are transparent. We hold open meetings. We disclose all sorts of things. I'd like to see a version of that undertaken by any entity that we contract with. Post their meetings. Their meetings should be open. We should know what executive comp is. We should know how much money goes to administration. I work for an NGO. These are things NGOs, non-governmental organizations, disclose all the time. And I think it's important for us as fiduciaries for this district to know how much money is going into the classroom, et cetera. It was in our documents to some extent, but the charts were hard to read. They weren't clear. They didn't even come close to the kind of transparency that I think we ought to have at this early stage of a contract. I think the fourth item is community support, and but some assurance to us of what the community support is. We've heard a lot of things. We've gotten a lot of letters. I'm looking for something beyond that. And then finally, financing. The documentation we've gotten on financing thus far doesn't meet muster. It's maybes. This may be, we haven't costed this out yet. We haven't costed that out yet. We've got to see hard dollar costs, and they can't be for 1 year. They have to be for the life of the contract. So I wanted to share these things for you. I've read 3 versions. I expect we'll read 3 or 4 or 6 or 8 more. Oh, this is the 4th version. Okay. But I think these things are important, and I think it's fair to share this with you at this point while there's time to work on it, time to address these things. And so I look forward to the next versions. Thank you.
Thanks.
Ms. Moya.
I need to pass for now.
Back to you. Ms. Barksdale.
Thank you. Now, I have a list as well. I didn't go through it at first. I want to give everyone else a chance to kind of sort of ask some questions, and they are related to the contract. There's a provision for the charter partner buying into health insurance with the district. Could we just hear more about that? Was there a cost to the district? What is the charter doing for its employees now for health insurance? How does that work? I can go down the list, or I can stop there.
Just, can we get all of them?
Yes.
Different people, so Nicole
Okay.
and Michael,
And
can you
it-
start thinking on that one?
If it
Next.
can't be answered tonight, I can come in an email later.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, no, right now. So, yeah, they can certainly come later. But again, just as I was probably talking fast, what is the charter district doing for its for its employees for health insurance now? And what does a shared services agreement look like with the district? And is there any cost to the district? The next is just a little more maybe from the IDEA folks on the graduate rate, or the graduation and matriculation to a four-year university. That the 100% rate just is hard for me to square up with kids. If you have kids who have profound or even moderate cognitive disabilities, have you served those kids? And have those kids also too gone on to four-year colleges or universities? The next is probably a longer conversation about college readiness. We've read some things in the media. I don't know if these are accurate. I'd like to hear from the horse's mouth on college readiness statistics and the need for remedial coursework. Once kids get to college, they graduate from IDEA. Ms. Lavoie covered my last one, that one. And on the community support piece, on the surveys that we saw, thank you so much for doing those and sharing those. I think even though we have seen some emails and complaints about methodologies where that's concerned, I think a 25% response rate is probably about as good as we can expect for families in English and Spanish dominant households. So very glad to see that done and done in the way that it was. But it did give me pause and concern where, the highest level of support we got for this proposal, even in its most rudimentary explanation with the survey tool that we saw, was about 60%. I think that was at the elementary school level, and below that was riding 50% or below. And that gives me pause and a little bit dismaying that that's the level of community support we've achieved at this point, even with all the community outreach that's been done and information that's been shared. That's sort of a hurdle for me to overcome with just about half the community that did respond supporting this plan. I'll leave it at that.
So can I actually do two just so that y'all can hear them, and then we will follow up with a more formal. Can I ask Tom Torkelson to just sit at the table next to Nicole? Nicole, don't go anywhere. Don't even pick up those papers. Stay. And then, Tom, can you talk a little bit, welcome. Thanks for coming out of the valley, which isn't a valley, it's a very flat place. And talk about the graduation and matriculation rates and the college readiness stats about IDEA.
I think those are great questions. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Well, I mean, right now our employees are part of TRS Active Care, which is part of a statewide system. I mean, we all of our information is available both on the AEIS website as well as the 990, which we have to fill out as well, that has things like executive compensation and other sorts of things. So the level of transparency with our state requirement for open records, open meetings is just as high as it is for you all as well. So I think those are absolutely legitimate things that you all should request, and in fact don't even need to, because they're part of state legislation that governs charter schools and would be part of Austin ISD as an in-district charter. Obviously, all of that carries over. So we do have 100% of our students now for 5 consecutive years who have gone on to a four-year college or university, 5 consecutive years. We also have 92% of those students who remain enrolled, and over 60% of the students, 62% of the kiddos who graduated 4 years ago have actually graduated. For low-income Hispanic students, it is 8 times the national average for a four-year graduation rate. So just sort of put that in context. I mean, these are really transformational results. We're not talking about getting little 1 or 2 percentage point increases. We're talking about putting students and providing opportunities for families that are on a vastly different trajectory than what is currently being offered in most school systems across Texas and around America that are serving low-income students, whether they be low-income Hispanic students or low-income African-American students. And as we begin now to see more of our students who have Down syndrome or some sort of autism spectrum disorder or other really significant cognitive needs, we're having to figure out, well, gosh, what is that going to look like when they become 21 years of age and they are no longer, permitted to stay in a K-12 school system? And obviously, we're going to have to figure out what that looks like. But that's a really tiny percentage of the overall population of students in any system. So you obviously, as we're thinking about the mission, we're thinking about broadly how it applies to the vast majority of students. And I also think we've been one of the most scrutinized organizations in the history of Texas public education. For us to get the sort of funding we've gotten from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the Texas High School Project, the Michael and Susan Dell Foundation, the United States Department of Education, multi-$1,000 study funded by the teacher unions here in Austin to look at our data as well. I mean, I think that we definitely are, really welcome the scrutiny. And what we really welcome too is just shifting the conversation about meeting minimum state standards and talking about what it's going to take to get kids ready to be successful in a four-year college or university.
Excuse me, and Ms. Barksdale, you spoke a little bit about the engagement and the outreach. From our perspective, when we started this conversation, like just trying to, as Mr. Guzman remembers, one of our, we've been having these conversations actually since last school year. I mean, this is part of how we got here. We did a lot of what I call like the kitchen cabinets, sort of small group, people who were concerned about the vertical team. So this has been a long time in the making. They sat down with Roland Fryer and other folks and looked at all that data too. But when we started with our first survey, which, I mean, again, just to put it in perspective, it was a resounding no, because we have no idea what this is and what are you talking about and how is this supposed to work, and I really want to go, but then I don't want to go. I mean, there was a lot of confusion. From that time to where we are today, being at the 60, 65%, and while I care about the upper grades, it's really about those families this is going to be their life. This is going to be what they're going to experience from here on out through 12th grade. So we're really trying to look at the numbers that are relevant. But it has turned a lot. And Mr. Guzman's been out talking to people a lot. And what I wanted Tom to talk a little bit about was the home visits y'all have been doing.
Yeah,
you've been out for.
Personally reached out to over 1,000 families in the past week with one of our paid employees who's up here from South Texas for a couple of weeks, and over a dozen volunteers from the community who have been going door to door. And what we find so often is that parent motivation obviously is not static, it's very malleable. And when you paint a picture for parents of what's possible, we get parents who have been somewhat discontented perhaps with the current system. In the Valley, this happens all the time. And they really see hope and they see an opportunity for success for their children. And, we're seeing the same sort of pattern here in Austin, which the more we talk about the program, the more we give parents an insight into what it involves. I think we're beginning to shift a lot of minds. And frankly, it's been shocking because the people who are showing up to community meetings are not the people who are less informed. I mean, the people are the professional protesters who are organized by the teachers' unions, or the people who are really savvy and really aware of what's going on. But we're actually going right to the folks in the community and talking with people who otherwise, may not hear about the program. And that's exactly how we've built the 15,000 student waiting list in South Texas. It's all of our parent outreach, not news media, but really just that one household at a time approach.
Can I take advantage of Tom being up here and asking? There's some questions I actually heard it before this meeting. I'm saying this on behalf of our media friends who were asking me this question about a report that came out that asserted that yes, there's 100% graduation, but there's only 65% of the kids in a cohort that make it there and 35% leave. When I looked at the data that I saw on the AES reports for IDEA, that's not what the data said to me. And I don't know if it said graduation rates of 4 year of 90%, 5 years 95%, completion rate 2 is 100%, and dropouts are 0. So, but there's that assertion going around, and there's some people in the media that are floating that like there's credibility. Do you have a sense I'm not trying to put you on the spot, and you may or may not be familiar with what I'm talking about, but just a sense without talking about the messenger, but just talk about the message of what has been asserted and why that's even out there?
I think it is accurate. I mean, I think that the challenge is not that we're going to expel students who are struggling if they're from Austin ISD and they're going to our industry charter. and that's not the problem that we have in South Texas either. The challenge is when you go to a super rigorous, challenging college prep environment, you have students who opt out, and they opt out because you just can't convince them to give it one more semester or one more year, and that we really will help them be able to close that gap and get caught up and feel like they really do have a shot at success. So unfortunately, and this happens in South Texas, we have students who opt out of our school who we want to stay because it's just easier to go to the school down the street. And we're going to have to work very closely with parents and with students here with Austin ISD too, to be sure that if it is a vastly more challenging curriculum, that they feel like they've got the support and the encouragement and the scaffolding needed for them to be successful. So it also is true that kids who remain in our program for 4 years graduate at 100% rate, just about, but there are students who don't make it to that fourth year, and that's really what the report was talking about.
Mr. Guzman.
If I may, on that
Please,
point,
yes,
to
please.
piggyback. But as I remember, weren't those statistics from past years in that particular report? If we're talking about the same report, and I think we are. And for that matter, that report, it started out with the hypothesis of we're going to find fault in this particular charter school. That was their hypothesis. So they went after that, and it was a paid. They were guns for hire, so to speak, and they were paid to do that. So obviously they went forth and they did that. But I think I remember that data was based on past data. The other thing is that, the person that did this report, Mr. Torres, was a university person.
And just to say, I'm not sure that what I'm trying to get to is whether this person was properly motivated or not.
I am trying to get there.
Okay,
because you see,
I don't want to go there.
when you do research and when you do a study, there's what's called peer review.
Yes, sir.
And it's extremely important in terms of making it valid, right?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir. And this one was not, did not have peer review. Thank you.
So what I'm trying to get to is, there's concerns in the community that I think the benefit of you being here is to make sure we can have you at the table and people have the opportunity to hear and then try to address it. Because I think what we're talking about is providing an option to students that may not be the right fit for every student. Some students are going to choose it and will get better outcomes for themselves than they would otherwise get if they did something else. It doesn't mean it's the right model for every child. We know today in our schools in East Austin, we have kids that are staying there, going to the traditional high schools, traditional elementary schools and middle schools. We've got kids that are transferring out, going to other schools in the AISD system. We also know there's other kids that are going to charters today. And I think what we're trying to say is, can we do an in-district charter relationship that might stem the tide of kids in the future that are going outside the district today? Because we obviously know there's families making that choice. Provide another option to families in East Austin today that they don't have inside the district, and do it in a collaborative way instead of a competitive way. Because the environment, and I think what creates the tension between charters and districts, is it's always done competitively. And there isn't really a reason to work nice and play nice, because the perception is the charters are taking kids from the district, and if for some reason they don't like them, they send them back, but they're not having to work. In this environment, this is a collaborative opportunity to work together. And these kids that may or may not be ultimately making a decision themselves to go into a charter, or get to the charter and find out that it's not the right problem, the right model for them. We're going to work with them to try to find out where's the right place for those children. And we still have to meet the needs of all these kids, and we're trying to provide multiple options to them. And I think the benefit, one of the things that the Teacher Quality Institute, or the Principal Teaching Quality Institute that you have in the Valley, where you're already working collaboratively on the human capital side with the districts in the Valley, you just don't have this next level of relationship yet, where we're actually working for the benefit of the same kids. These are still Austin ISD kids. And the in-district charter potentially will offer us the opportunity to work with our same kids and provide them another option. Again, I don't necessarily think every child will take this option, but many will. And I think doing it in a way that is internal to us as opposed to external, where we're in a competitive way, is an enhancement that really is breaking down some barriers that will enable many more of our children to get better outcomes. But again, not every child will choose this, and that's okay. They'll still have other options, and we still have to strengthen all of those options for every one of our children. But I think this is not an abdication of responsibility. It's really trying to do what we need to do with children, which is give them more choices within our system, as opposed to them feel like they have to go outside our system to find success. And I think it's a challenge for all of us when you start looking at these things. And I'm going to jump to something else, which was the question about doing it ourselves. And that gets asked a lot. But, as you referred to RES earlier, and this may not be fair, the idea is we want to accelerate this program. Could we do this ourselves? Maybe. I mean, everybody in our organization is fully tapped. No one's done this before. We don't know exactly how to do it. We could try to piecemeal it and take a shot and try to work. Or we can actually partner with somebody at a reasonable economic deal with the district that can accelerate and ramp up faster to provide opportunities to children. It seems like that's what we're about, is giving more children more opportunities to be successful and giving them the opportunity to choose the model that best serves them. Again, not every child or family is going to choose this model, but given the results, I think we know that the families and children that do get pretty tremendous outcomes. So is it perfect? Does it feel like a win-win? I think for some people, they may feel like that it's not. But I think on balance, there's a lot of education we have to do, and a lot of that education is going to be, if we do this, we got to make sure we do it well. Mr. Guzman.
Can I go?
Sure.
Because I know you were.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed you, Lori. I'll come back to you.
Okay, all right. No, just a couple of points, since you're there. I want to be real precise about this question, and if you could be real precise about the answer. Are you a for-profit or nonprofit?
We're a 501c3 nonprofit under the IRS governmental code.
Did you say you were a nonprofit?
We're a nonprofit.
I want everybody to hear that. And the other thing, I think I had another question along those lines, but that specifically, because that specifically was miscommunicated in our local newspaper with regard to that. And they knew better, but they still did it. And so I just wanted that to be clear. Community support is real important, and I think that's what you all are about, and I appreciate that question. And that's what I've been trying to do. And to tell you the truth, I think I've made some friends, a lot of friends, but I've also made some people that are not that friendly to me anymore, and that's because I am not telling them what they want to hear, and what they want to hear is a specific message that they've designed already, and there's propaganda that's being designed for the purpose of not accepting this plan, and propaganda for seeing that Johnston closes. Period. It's out there. And people have said to me, "You're going to have to run for re-election." I said, "I'm not doing this for political expediency. If I don't get reelected, I don't get reelected. I'm doing this for the children, and that's the bottom line. So I don't care about anything else if I don't get reelected." And so, but there is a lot going on in the community. So community support is important. That survey I felt was 25% is pretty good response. 50% may not be. But you see, that may be reflective on us, because as I remember a survey that was done about us as a board, rated us at best at 30%, maybe less. Correct me if I'm wrong. Anybody? And I'll surface a survey if I have to. But we had less than 30% approval as a board, as a district. So that survey, if we don't have more than 50% support for this program or any program that we launch and we survey people about, may reflect on us. May reflect on us, for that matter. So I'd like to get more community support. I think we need to continue, but I think we also need to continue our effort to become more credible to this community, and we're not. 30% is not very good. And so I say we need to work on that as well. I've got some more stuff, but I don't want to belabor it because I think a lot of it has been spoken to, and I appreciate all the comments. Thank you.
Ms. Moria.
Thank you. There's a few things I want to say, but first I want to address Ms. Lavoie's essential elements of a contract. I thought those were really good, and that, some of these things may be in different places in the contract, so I'd like to, as it exists now, and I'd like to see if we've already addressed some of these things. If we have, let's call them out and call attention to it so we know that it's already there. In the because I think one of the things that really hit my heart was keeping promises to the children, the academic promises to the kids, and because that's what we're all about. We're about the kids, and I know I've mentioned this before, but and I certainly don't mind mentioning it again. But we need to put all the adult stuff on the side and concentrate on what is in the best interest academically for the children of Austin ISD. And so, Annette, I like the way you worded that, and I think that's what needs to be on the headlines and everywhere else, because that's what the work we're doing is all about. In my role as a director of the Texas Association of School Boards representing the Austin School Board, I was at a meeting this past weekend, and there is an incredible amount of interest statewide in the work we're doing here on in-district charters. There are many people, many school board members across the state who are having great difficulty understanding what we're doing because they're so used to what a typical or traditional charter configuration that it's hard for them to understand that what we're doing here is so incredibly different, that it's a hybrid of a traditional charter program and a traditional independent school district, and there's a meshing of or melding of the worlds to try to come up with, for lack of a better word, a hybrid to...
Gates calls it next generation.
Oh, Gates calls it next generation. I like hybrid, it's shorter. Anyway, but next generation's okay. Does it get confused with Star Trek? Because I don't want to get confused with Star Trek. Anyway, my point being that what we're doing here is, in my opinion, an opportunity to provide some great academic outcomes for a lot of kids in Austin, in East Austin. But I also believe that we also are again, and I'll use the term I said earlier, we're doing some cutting edge work, and there have been several members of this board over the last 6 or so years, and maybe even the board members before I got here, who were who really wanted to change the conversation about public education, and to Mark's point about the collaboration, it's not about an us and a them. Because the only ones that matter is the children. I mean, we've got other parts that play into this that we need to do some work on, our human capital, et cetera. But the bottom line here is what we're all about, which is education of children. And I think that working together in a partnership is the smart thing to do, because education in Texas and across the country isn't the way it was when I was in school. I graduated, 35 or something years ago, but it feels like, some of my teachers from back then are still alive even. It's pretty amazing. But anyways, I digress. My point being that actually I'm starting to lose my point because y'all are distracting me. Education is not the same as it was when I went to school. And we need to embrace that, recognize it, accept it, and figure out what we need to do to make sure that our children today are being educated in the best way possible for the way they learn, and provide as many opportunities as we can to meet the needs of every single child. And that's what this is all about. Whether it be the responsive ed solutions, whether it be a collaboration with IDEA, whether it be, some other model somewhere else, or whatever it is we're doing. It's all about providing opportunities for kids. And so I will stop now and not be on my soapbox anymore, except to say thank you for entertaining the idea of being an in-district charter with us, and helping us focus on the education of all children.
other questions or comments? I'm going to throw one just that comes out. Yeah, Kristen.
Two questions that I had were addressed by Mr. Bradley and Mr.
Thank you. I think there was some discussion about parent-teacher organizations or parent associations. You know, part about being part of the Austin family, Austin ISD family, is we have an Austin Council of PTAs made up of PTA associations from all of our schools. I just want to get some assurance that there's the parent association that's at the IDEA schools, we part of the Austin PTA association.
Oh, yeah, we'd love to partner with Austin PTA on this.
Okay. Because I think part of this is the integration of this, you know, the kids and family, because we know there are kids and we know there are families, but we also want to make sure that they're also part of the family and kid associations that we have as part of our district. Okay. Pretty simple question. Mr. Schneider.
Yeah, I had a couple of things. Dr. Sharfin, there was a response to a question earlier, and it's a 3-page table, Mr. Waxler. I think you may have been responsible for this in some way.
Absolutely. Well, Mel. Absolutely. He's totally responsible.
Robert, what does it look like?
It says draft of request for legal counsel calculation for in-district charter based on FY 11-12.
Okay, to my email.
Okay. So what I'm seeking is clarity on one of the items, last page, third item from the bottom. It says Martin 910 operating expenditures. And how is Martin playing into this equation other than some of the kids will be going elsewhere possibly?
That was just to have a comparability, just to have some various levels on the east side and how they comport to the numbers that were in the basic allocation.
Okay, sounds good. And one thing I just wanted to say, I mean, several people have commented about making opportunities for kids. No problem at all. I think that's a great idea. We need to be actively doing it. But IDEA or any other charter can come in now and do exactly the same kind of things they're doing without us being involved in any way, shape, or form. And they currently are doing those kinds of, not IDEA, but KIP, Harmony, some of the other folks are already in town. So to me, it's not only the question of providing the opportunities, but being the stewards of the tax dollars and other items that go along with the responsibility that we've got that comes here. And you know, that's what causes me a whole lot of concern about this, because we're providing a lot of resources, a lot of money that's going to go to these folks, and at least to me, there's still a lot of unanswered questions.
Sure, so the staff has clarity about the unanswered questions that you have.
Unanswered questions, some things like the value of the facilities. I thought some of the questions that were asked earlier, I'm still trying to get some clarity on the responses that came forward.
Pursuant to my questions, you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
So some of those things, in addition to some of the points raised tonight about what needs to be in the contract to Ms. Barksdale and Ms. LaVoy's points, those are things that I really am looking forward to answers on.
So we got some deal points, making sure we have the economics clear, everybody understands that, and that there's a few contract elements we want to make sure are in there, people are comfortable with.
But I'm just going to have to say, I am not following the statement about the taxpayers, and I just didn't get the lead in. I didn't get the lead in to the issue, because we are doing the collaborative with other charters that are not going to be in-district charters with us. They haven't asked to be, but because we're in the collaborative, I mean, this is our joint effort as all the public institutions that serve the children and families of Austin to simply do a better job with the use of all of our taxpayer dollars, no matter how or what parents are choosing to do. So, while certainly not looking for any praise or appreciation in this area, but I have to say, it's not common, and I was working in Minnesota where the birthplace of charters were, and they had decades of experience behind them, and it was nothing like what the public school leadership of these various charters have kind of come together to be in conversation about. It is not normal. It's not something we can take for granted, and it will result in the better use of taxpayer dollars all across Austin. That's number one, and that's what the collaborative is about. As it relates to this in-district charter, whether it's Responsive Education Solutions or IDEA, what is a waste of taxpayer dollars is to constantly be doing the double design where you're pulling kids out of the public school system of the ISD and doing a second design right next door, and no one is really maximizing the taxpayer dollar. I mean, everybody's kind of paying multiple times. So while I don't know those numbers, and even Little Miss Moneybags, who has her special way of figuring all this stuff out, I think with in this collaborative, as we're working, and hopefully we'll get the grant from Gates and be at the table with all these other systems that have far different and I think less appealing designs with their partner charters, that we will be able to get maybe some of the big heavy hitters. John Fitzpatrick is here. Maybe he could, through the Texas High School project, set aside some money and do this kind of analysis of how we might show that we're actually doing a better job of maximizing taxpayer dollars by doing these kind of partnerships. But what I think is crazy, and I just have to say it, we can sit here and ask all we want about the value of the facilities. Do we really want charters under the statutory authority of this state to be able to bond separately, raise $20 million, and go build a school down the street from Allen? I mean, is that like a good idea? I think not. We would be now if Austinites really wanted to pay for that, they could. You do it right now down in the valley. So I'll wrap up, but I'll just say my whole thing is, we have mutual interest to serve these kids so they can get a high-quality education and get to college and graduate. And we can also be smart about not utilizing the dollars from the state or the feds or our taxpayers to make some of these things happen and not double dip in the same very limited bucket of resources. So I've listened to everything, I've got the notes, but I just want to put it in perspective that, the state of Texas is pretty aggressive in this respect, giving charters a lot of authority to do things that I find pretty amazing, having lived in the state where they started. So being able to bond and do things like that is pretty extraordinary. And the concept of us being able to kind of keep some notion of being smart and collaborating with people who are offering public education services to some of our very own kids that leave our system, I do think is a smart, responsible thing to do. And I think if we do this right, we'll have a good model to share with other districts and actually do a better job right here in Austin.
Excuse me.
Just real quick and simple. The loss of students within AISD to charter schools amount to a loss in revenue of approximately $26,100,000 yearly. Taxpayers, you're losing that right now. And so, I mean, we can talk. I mean, it's easy to say taxpayers, beware, but beware of that too, And so, and I have no doubt that IDEA, with the kind of reputation they have and what they've established, and I've talked to the people in the Valley, I've done my due diligence there directly with parents and leaders and so on, they're going to come. Whether they become as part of our partners to us or not. And they're going to come. And they're going to take more of those $26 million And so, we either, as our superintendent says, we're either smart about it or we're not. Thank you.
Ms. Barstow.
Thank you. I wanted to just backtrack on the question I asked earlier, because I don't think I really heard the clear answer in there about college readiness and the need for IDEA graduates to go on and need remedial coursework when they're in school. And the superintendent helped me out with some numbers earlier on pass rates for AP exams. So maybe this question is for you. I'm not sure who it's for, and I have just a couple of follow-ups after that. Just, we hear terms like rigor, and we're doing it for the kids, but I think I'd like for my kid to be able to graduate from high school and go on to UT or ACC or, Texas State without needing remedial coursework. And again, I said you've been quoted about addressing that issue before. I want to make sure if what I read was accurate, and where we are on the need for IDEA graduates or IDEA graduates to need remedial coursework in college and about their AP passage rates, that sort of thing.
Yeah, well, we do have students who need remedial coursework once they leave IDEA, and it's unconscionable that any student who gets a diploma from IDEA Public Schools is not ready for college-level work the first day of their freshman year. But the reason we know that is because we track our students for their entire college career, and that 4-year, 5-year cycle of doing that now ensures that we know how to better improve the K-12 program so that students aren't graduating and making it off to college and showing up and being told that they need remedial courses. The best stats I can point you to in terms of need for remedial ed is the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board gives us a score, and you all score that's available on the AEIS report, and we're 20% higher than non-low-income schools in terms of our college readiness based on the state test. But we don't have any fast numbers on that because it's anecdotal. There's no stat that anybody gets from colleges and universities saying this is the percentage of your students who we're serving who need remedial courses. So it's very anecdotal. It's about us following up and figuring out where students are struggling. So it's a really imperfect data system, and that's why there's not a stat that you're getting, and that's probably why you'd not be able to quote a stat of your graduates from Austin ISD who go off to school still needing remedial courses.
No, you're right, I can't. The one stat in this particular area that I shared with the superintendent earlier that I think you responded to was that 1 in 3 kids can pass the AP exam with a 3, 4, or 5.
Well, no, your participation rate for AP is about 75%, and that's 3 times the state average and 6 times for low-income Hispanic students. And then it's 1 in 3 that actually score a 4 and 5. Was that right?
That's right, yeah. 3, 4, 5.
Before they graduate.
So 1 in 3 scores a 3, 4, or 5, a third?
4 or 5.
Yeah.
1 in 3.
It is 3, 4, or 5. It's part of the challenge. So when you expand access to a small percentage of high-performing students to 100% of your kids, so all of your kids, then one of the things that we see is we're not scoring at the same percentage that we'd want to on AP. And that's a huge challenge that we have. We should have 80, 90% of our students graduating with 2, 3, 4 AP exams under their belt. And that's definitely something that we need to improve. But we're still getting 2, 3, 4 times better results than anybody else in the nation who's serving the number of low-income Hispanic students that we are.
Okay. And, gosh, I forgot my second follow-up, but just a word of caution, because I'm so listening to just everything that everyone is saying from our community and from you. I felt like your comment earlier about professional protesters was a little bit hostile, especially toward our teachers union. I think that I know plenty of parents who have shown up at community meetings and had issue with some parts of IDEA who aren't professionals. They're just people who care about their kids, not organized by a union. And I think that our non-union association does have some legitimate concerns about labor issues. So I took it as a little bit hostile and just.
Point taken.
Okay, thank you.
That's a good point. I appreciate that.
Other questions or comments? I just checking my clock, sorry. 11:45. So we got 15 minutes before you have to extend the meeting, and we got a few other things, but I just want to make sure we have a chance. This is really important. This is a major sea change issue for our districts. We need to spend the time necessary to make sure we understand it. Ms. Bradley.
I'm just going to say this real quickly, and I understand Ms. Barksdale's point, but I think we have to put things in perspective. We could probably look at some of our high school students and follow them on to college and find out that they're taking remedial classes, so that's not anything new. If you get to the 9th grade and you're on a 3rd grade reading level, we didn't do something. We missed a few grades. If you are in the 9th grade and you're reading on the 3rd grade level, we did that. Nobody did that, but we did that. So at some point, we have to be accountable for what we did. When we sit up and we listen to a teacher who said the kids who are choosing to transfer out to another school is brain drain on our school. To me, I think that's reprehensible for an educator to say, as if the school just asked for the worst kids that you can possibly bring. But that is being said by an educator, for an educator to stand up with sheets of paper and make the statement that what's common for schools in East Austin is the bad behavior and skipping, and like that does not happen in any other school in this city or in this state. And then we're going to sit here and just, in my opinion, just kind of pinch pennies or what have you about what it is they can do for us or what it is that we can do for us. I think at some point we have to be realistic, and some of these things we just have not done. And I think that it has to be about what I heard Ms. Moyer say. It has to stop being about the adults, and it has to be about how do we get our kids where they are right now to where they need to be with an organization that could possibly come in here and do it right now to help get them to where they need to be. Now, if I felt that we could do it right now to help them get where they need to be, I would be saying we don't need to consider this. Let's try doing it on our own. But at this particular time, I do not feel that. And I feel that it's our responsibility to do what's in the best interest of kids. One thing that I heard Mr. Williams say when he was doing his reelection and he was standing up at the mic, and the one thing that he said that I still remember is that sometimes the right thing may not be the most popular thing. And so we know that. And it just comes with the territory of being an elected official. Sometimes you just have to do the right thing and you just take your lumps. But you know you're doing it for the right reason.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bradley. Okay, any other questions about this? I know we have some open questions, and I think, Mr. Schneider, you got some financials, and we may or may not get every question answered to everyone's satisfaction, and everybody just has to deal with what that means to them when we come to next Monday. And we'll...
We will make every
but you make your
doing that, and
right.
Mel
But
doesn't plan on sleeping. He's going to work on that contract.
what I'm just saying is sometimes the answer that you get may not be the answer you want, and therefore it's not enough and you want more. And so we may do the best we can to give the answers that, I say we on behalf of you and your team, but at some point, we're going to, I think, we'll expect whatever we can get, and then at some point, the deal in front of us will be the deal in front of us, and we'll have to make a decision next Monday. I'm going to move forward onto the next, we have about 10 minutes left. We have a few other items that I think we want to touch base on that I'm going to try and suggest that we accelerate the conversation. Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Nicole. Thanks, Mel. Thanks, everybody, for being here. John being here, Paul, all the people. But we've got, just for sake of not giving you all too much kudos and taking away time, Dr. Christopherson, let's move to just an update on where we are on the single-gender schools, which I believe is the next item.
Ramona, can I get... So the next one is G, single-sex middle schools in District 1. At this time, there is not a recommended delivery model for the scenario. You've seen everything that we've worked on. We have been out in the community, vetting the structure that basically entails combining 2 attendance areas, James E. Pierce and Gus Garcia Middle Schools, with males in one, females in the other, and students who live in the combined attendance zone would have access to these 2 single-gender schools. But those who did not want to attend the single-sex schools could enroll in designated middle schools. But the focus is really on District 1, and it's about kind of having the opportunity to explore what I think certainly our trustee from District 1 has talked a lot about and the needs of that community that's kind of surrounding the kids and the school. But, and we have seen some of the preliminary survey results, and as a result, there is interest. There is interest, and having that, and when we separated English from Spanish, we're seeing clearly that Spanish-speaking families are very interested in this idea. Numbers higher, as Bill says, some of the highest support rates of any of the surveys that we've had. English-speaking families were kind of split, a third, a yes, maybe, no. But I think, and by the way, especially we were able to survey about 1,000 people responded after the community meeting, but by and large, I mean, they are also interested in seeing this happen for 12-13 school year. So I put the results in your folders. We're going to post everything back up, but I'm really glad that we did the initial community meetings that we did. And again, while there's some people that I know have come to public comment and talked about things, when you actually talk to the families who are affected, you get maybe not a very, very different picture, but you get a different picture. And in this case, this is a very different picture. So, so I think the interest is there, and if there's some way for us to kind of keep working toward this design, working out any of the questions and the kinks about the academic programming and so on, this is something I think you would not have a problem having parents support and participate in. At least that's what our results were showing. So
still working on it, but we'll
still
come back
working
with
on
a
it.
proposal when it's ready to be proposed, and I know you're going to continue to explore it.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not trying to,
I know,
I guess I'm trying to push it because of time, because we've got 8 minutes, unless I
and
think
so,
the
and the
board.
last piece is just the additional considerations.
I'll get you.
I can't, we can't talk about it tonight because I'm still working out.
Hold on a second, I think Ms. Schneider has a question about the
Very quick and easy. On page 231, your financial implications, you'll have a little table. Top says projected school for young men and school for young women. But on the subtotal, you only say school for young men. I'm assuming that it's actually for both. Is that correct?
What page are you on?
Right here.
231.
231. The answer is yes.
Yes, sorry.
Okay,
Yes.
just wanted
We
to be
can
clear.
fix that.
Thank you.
Page 231. Sorry, okay.
Thanks. Okay,
And then-
additional considerations.
And then the additional considerations, we've evaluating, and we'll make a recommendation on whether to accept or reject the bids for Baker and Caruth. That's something you can expect on the 12th. Also, we're evaluating the transfer policy and practice at over-enrolled schools. The 2 bullet points, one, we're just trying to get the rosters for the magnet programs to be in alignment with all the other work that we do by the end of February. So that's something we're looking at, and we can tweak, just so that there are no surprises for the schools that would be losing kids, which is something principals have talked about. And then limiting or freezing priority transfers at some already overcapacity schools for 12-13, and really, sticking to that limit or freeze. And so I'm still working to get, and it's not going to be a lot, and we're just going to really just try to get out of the box on that one with a couple of schools. But we're trying to look at that, and we've been working with principals and with Zoe Griffith to understand exactly which ones, and then also name those with the list of schools that are frozen to transfers when we announce, like we always do every year at this time. And then there are going to be some small related, perhaps boundary changes that are necessary depending on which designs we choose. But we'll be able to do that, later once we figure out exactly what we're doing.
Okay.
And that's all I have.
Okay, any additional questions, board, on this item? A lot to cover, a lot of information that we still have to get this week. Mr. Schneider.
Dr. Sharfin, the piece you mentioned on the magnets and the transfer policy issue, where is that documented or?
Yeah, everything, it's as simple as what I wrote in there, just sort of what's the big issue? Can we get the rosters aligned and what that looks like? So we're trying to write it up, but as it's summarized in the agenda item, that's all we have. And then really, looking at those handful of schools that are just grossly over-enrolled, but we're still allowing some transfers in that's is just too much. And while it won't be thousands of kids, it'll probably be, certainly less than that, but at least it's like we're starting to make some slightly more responsible decisions about allowing kids to go into these grossly over-enrolled schools. You're welcome.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Okay, it's been a long meeting. Thank you all for being here. Thank you. It's 11:55. We are adjourned. Thank you to our community and our public and our staff for all of your work.